Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the live stream of Tepe Sigeman Open. Guys, we are at round number 5 and it's going to be an exciting clash. Yesterday was a long game. How many of you were following the game of Jorden versus Van Foreest as well as Zhu Jiner versus Andy Woodward? And who is the leader right now? You tell me, and then I will let you know. But there we have Zhu Jiner, smiling for a photograph over there. She had a great day. She would have come here with all the confidence today, and she is playing against Magnus Carlsen. Woo! Let's go! Clearly rooting for Zhu Jiner. That's what I'm gonna do here. Yes, well done, Arnav, Sam. You guys know that it's Yaz who is the leader on 3 points in a tournament where the highly experienced Magnus Carlsen, Nodirbek, Arjun, Jordan. I mean, all these people are there, and this guy is leading the event. Can you believe that? 3 out of 5. Okay, only 2 more rounds remaining tomorrow and day after. A very short tournament. So, will Yaz be able to maintain his sole lead? Today he is playing with Andy Woodward. Let me show you. Here he is going to be playing with Andy Woodward. This here is Nodirbek and Nils in a smiling mood. And here we have Arjun Erigaisi. No one's on the board yet. But what a tournament. Then we have 3 people on 2.5 points. Nodirbek, Arjun and Van Foreest. Van Foreest after beating Magnus, 2.5 out of 4. So these 3 guys on 2.5. It's a very close race. Yaz on 3. But Yaz cannot be stopped if he beats Woodward today. He will still maintain his sole lead. If it will be a draw, then Van Foreest or Arjun or Nodirbek can catch up with him. For Magnus to catch up now is slightly difficult to win this tournament already. He needs a long tournaments, I think. That's the thing. But yesterday, a big hats off to Jordan's, masterpiece he created. That too, when you are able to do that against a player like Magnus Carlsen, Toto, it's a gift for life. So, where is Magnus Carlsen? Cannot wait to see Zoo take on Magnus, says Fendi. Yeah, how many people will, let's say, on a scale of 100, can you tell me your percentage where Zoo can beat Magnus Carlsen? On a scale of 100, what do you think? Just setting up a few things. There you have Magnus Carlsen on the board with a smile. And yesterday also we saw Magnus after the round who was analyzing for such a long time. It was a very rare sight. Because first of all, it's a rare sight to see Magnus lose, yeah, in a classical game. And then after that, smiling and happy was cool. Too cool. And there we have the first move played by the VIP, the guest. I don't know, yesterday Hase Sabor had told us it was Johan Sigeman. Today, E4 again, but Magnus takes it back. Yeah, Magnus takes it back. He's not going to play for E4. Oh, we have the percentage 0.1, 20%, 30%, 10, 20, 25. Woohoo. So that's actually, guys, you are giving a good percentage. 20, 25 is really hopeful, which means it's possible. तो फिर मजा ही आ जाएगा. This is such a great day, great experience for Zhu, and a great day for women's chess. Go Zhu. Knight f3. Magnus begins with knight f3. I know, like imagine being in Zhu's place, because it's not possible to qualify for this event just based on your rating, yeah. But it's an opportunity, and she has already used the opportunity very well by beating Andy Woodward yesterday. She goes d5. Also, she has come well prepared after candidates. Things may not have worked out the best for her over there, but she is absolutely right there, possible to beat. Okay, I'm gonna bring in the board and everything. Let me show you Ajju Bhai here playing against the Magnus beater Jorden van Foreest. And let's go to main screen. Oopsie. There you have Nils versus Nodirbek. By the way, Nils 0 out of 4. Yeah, today can he open the account? Let's say, can he open the account? Also, we have over here Magnus ka to hai hi. And we have the leader of the event, Yagiz Kaan versus Andy Woodward. And everybody, a lot of people have played d4 and c4 structures today. So, एक एक करके देखते हैं. We will start with which game? Arjun or Magnus? And I'm also going to get the bars very quickly. Give me a moment. Also, guys, GCT has started. So, Gukesh was playing with Ali Reza. Oops, wait. How about having the bar of Gukesh and Sindaro as well? Let me see if I can do that. Maybe then I need. Good morning, India from Canada. Sagar Bhai is facing any issue for coverage? No, I don't know. Why? Thank you, Fendi. Okay, we gonna go. I'm gonna get the bars very quickly, but right now we're going to go to the games. Let's go to the game which you guys have said. Magnus Carlsen. यहाँ पे से शुरू करते हैं. Here we have Magnus Carlsen against Zhu Jiner. And I am waiting for the biggest upset of the day. Magnus getting ready, removing his blazer. Yesterday he was, not roaming too much. Let's see. Like he was put under pressure from the opening. It's a very hard task to do against Magnus Carlsen, Here he's played something very solid and simple. Zhu has started with taking space in the center in the opening already. Of course, Magnus has a fiancé to bishop. That's what even Zhu Wenjun is going to be doing here. We will see what, like whether c4 or d4. Calm opening stage is happening. Yesterday we had 2 knight offs, so it was insane. What about Ajju Bhai against Van Foreest? Because I'm really interested to see the opening here. They started with d4, d5, c4, c6. Ooh, Slav. What are you saying? Queen b3, h6. And that's not a move which is played at all. D takes c4 is one of the main move here which we have. Then we also have e6, g6 and so on. But queen b3 itself is slight deviation over there. Generally knight c3, e3 and all those moves exist. But queen b3 he starts with. The bishop also cannot get out. h6 played. And now Arjun goes knight c3 after h6. No games, no top games already much. D takes c4, queen takes c4. But it is maybe converting. Bishop develops to f5. And Arjun is thinking with 1 hour 29 minutes on the clock. Jordan with 1 hour 32 minutes. He has proved his ability of being very well prepared for the openings. So can he surprise Arjun today with the black pieces? We have some games where a lot of 2400s have played this. That's interesting. A lot of 23 2400s. That's the range which is played, and kind of mixed results, more towards draws overall. But bishop f4, and Arjun is thinking bishop f5, whether to go back with the queen and attack the b7 pawn, jump to knight e5, e3, bishop c4, all these sorts of things he will be thinking. But black definitely can challenge the queen exchange, and will know. Fendi says, even though I feel that many women players are rated lower simply because they don't get many chances to play against 2600 competition. Yes, you're very right, and they are not able to reach also many times a certain stage of like 2700, because there is a bubble in which they have to fight. But in that bubble, there are no 2700s to fight for. So it is definitely, in my opinion, a sad reality, and it needs to change, but it's a very long way to go. And it, yeah, yeah, but this is how it should happen. Yeah, women playing, and they should get chance. They will get beaten. It will be very brutal. It will be bad, but you kind of start getting confidence slow and steady. Like, even if you see Niels right now, yeah, he's playing against, like, he is on zero. It's because you are facing suddenly a very, very tough opposition, and he's played very well in World Cup, let's say. He was right up there. But you can play a bad tournament. So similarly, I think for women, if they get like many, many such tournaments, then the performance will start improving, because your mindset, like, generally it's a healthier thing to play against tougher opponents. That's the whole point of it. Oh, Gukesh beat Ali Reza. Wow, that's so cool. Maybe I could, what I can do is I could open another window, and this we have here. We could have the game of Gukesh is beating Ali Reza, where it's 50th move. But what is the thing? Oh, this is the pawn. It's opposite color. This is clearly winning, but he's not yet won here. By the way, Sindaro and Hans are also playing, and it's equalish. Yeah, this time if you win, you get, ooh, what a final position. Fabi just checkmated MVL. And Duda also beat his countrymate Wojtaszek. Fedosiev lost against Wesley, so. And Gukesh has to convert this. Yeah, it's 20 seconds each for both of them. Can Gukesh convert this? What is the plan? Maybe it's quite simple. Go rook c2, bring your king, then to c2, and just push the pawn. But if the king tries to stop the king coming from c2, then you have to try and some hard work. Yeah, some hard work will be required. It's not necessary like obvious plan, at least as I can see, for black. Yep, that's the first round we are seeing for GCT. And coming back to this game, let's look at the game of the leader, who is Yaz Kaan, and he played d4. Oh, their camera is slightly tilted, but I think Sagar had, tried some idea. I'll also try that out. c4, b6, a3. He's not developed any knight. This knight is not developed. You don't want Ragozin lines. So bishop b7, now knight c3. But then it's like slightly slow because you have inserted this move, and in certain cases, this square would matter. And then immediately knight e4 by Yaz. One minor piece is exchanged. You feel some sort of space here. And bishop takes e4. He has 1 hour 31 minutes on the clock. Andy taking time in the opening. Yesterday also Andy came under time pressure. For him, this is such a new experience. Whereas I believe Yaz playing in Tata Steel this year was a big, like, Tata Steel is almost equal to two tournaments. Yeah, if you consider even 7 and 7, 14 rounds, that's how long this tournament is. So, so yeah, that experience would have helped Yaz like anything. And he's taken the pawn here, and now maybe he'll go back. He might want double fianchetto, but this is just six moves happening here. And Nodirbek on the board number 2 against Nils. Everywhere today d4, guys. No Sicilian. I'm a bit sad. Bishop g5, bishop e7. We have queen's gambit declined. And then, oh, he gives up the bishop. Then black has double bishop already. So Niels maybe trying for something solid over here, but it is a big decision somewhere, a long term thing for black having the double bishop. While you guys are thinking, let me just get the bars. And maybe, oh, by the way, we could also, for a while I also get the bars, maybe we could also have this because it's the last few seconds of this game, guys. Last few seconds. Can Gukesh convert this? Wow, that would be such a great beginning, you know. First round to beat Ali Reza. Crazy हो जाएगा. I understand how Sagar can, update the bars and at the same time he can talk to the chat. I have no idea how he does that though, but I am not able to do that. And I don't know how to improve there. Does it mean that when I'm working I should be trying to talk to people? How do I get to that skill level? Anyone has any suggestion? Please feel free to give suggestions when they are asked for. All right, here, create unique link. Oopsie. Not able to add the other games. That I will have to figure out. But right now we have these ones. And later I will try to figure out the other ones. Okay, everything's done. Magnus is relaxed. I think time for us also to relax a bit. But I have to switch on the light. All right, as we were discussing, opposite colored bishop has the maximum drawing chances and quite difficult to win. And I really didn't know what is the plan because exchanging is what I thought was the plan, but not really, huh? Oh, not really. Crazy. But then what is the plan? Very hard. So this might go towards a draw, and we will come back to it later. And let's go to the main board. Yeah, I mean, it's a blunder, maybe, whatever, but it's more like that endgame where if you have a. We will try to look at it, how to convert it. At least for me, the move I thought was Rook C2, and it was something similar which was played, but it did not work out. Magnus is has played D3 and G3, Bishop G2, all the dragon sort of structure with white. Not at all dragon. Uh, King's Indian it could convert to, where he will keep in mind he can keep uh, ideas like Rook E1, E4, H4. Those sort of ideas are exist, but because he's not pushed any of the pawn. Right now, he's delaying that, and Zhu is trying to think, what is Magnus wanting to play? So Magnus has used 10 minutes on the clock. Zhu actually has 10 minutes more, which is quite interesting. She could get space with knight c6 and e5 in general, and we could get into something like Benoni structures. Oh, we had Shubham who had us contributed on help chess yesterday. I think I missed it, but he was the 3,400th believer. Wow. Maybe it was during the intense game of Jorden van Foreest. So amazing. Amruta chat pado. Acha. You have to have certain type of info sentences ready for the stream that you can speak anytime without thinking too much or without context. Plugs or random moves. Oh, acha. Vignesh. Thank you. That could be something I can prepare for the next time. Maybe some quotes, maybe some jokes. It's possible to do that. May not be still so easy. And now finally, Zhu has started thinking, uh, because Magnus is looking at e4. If we have a typical King's Indian kind of attack, would be quite exciting. The game will get exciting. The question is, will Magnus, crush this with the white pieces? Normally, when he loses the earlier game, like previous game, there are a million times we have seen that next game he completely crushes it. Will this be a crusher, or will Jinner actually stand strong with the black pieces? Because to beat Magnus with the black pieces is okay, one kind of delusional. Yeah, that could be the word which we can use, which was in the chat. No interesting opening, at least at this moment. 95, guys. Let's ask the very first question. What is White's threat here? 430 people. Can we have 300 people answering this? What is White's threat? Where is your pati? He's gone to Warsaw. There is GCT in Poland. We have Guke, Sindaro, everyone playing. Guys, why you not following ChessBase India channel? Uspe there are all the updates, the interviews and everything. कर क्या रहे हो जिंदगी में आप? Queen F7. Yeah, unfortunately, I may not have chat chess moves working. Let me try to see. Again, refresh it. This tournament, but take care. Oh, it is. Suddenly started working. We have studies and chess, Avinash classes, Kartik Shah, Adsol, Yoshi. धीरे धीरे अपडेट हो रहा है. I can't trust it, but it exists. So Queen F7 obviously is the threat. It was a question for the beginners, but also to warm you up, E6 will be, if at all E6 is played, then White will take his queen back, attacking this, not worrying about the D4 pawn. And if queen takes D4 is taken, queen takes B7, 8 rook is hanging, Is black losing a rook, or is there a way to save yourself? Black to play. Here is an important question. Black to play. This is all what Van Foreest is right now calculating. And in his mind, he's walking in the forest. Why is Sagar not streaming? He is covering the behind the scenes. He will take interviews. He will take other material. Otherwise, here we can show sometimes in between the games, but we do not have the access. What to do? It's fine. Jo hai so hai. Harshit Bhai coming today. Guys, do you think I have the access to Harshit Bhai's calendar? Where he goes, what he does? कुछ भी नहीं पता रहता है. So if he comes, it's spontaneous. He always has the link. So he's a busy man. He's a grandmaster, guys. समझो बात को. I can show you the games in between, but the move here, how many of you got them? Only 3 people, Maulish, Nachu and Khalik. Love it. Oh, no, wait. Somebody wrote a very long variation, actually. That was Maulish. And this is the correct move. Bishop b4. You are counter-attacking. You are saying if you capture, then there is check, takes, queen takes c3. The king has to go here. And, guys, which piece will you capture? a1, rook or the knight? Farafat. Very quick one. Aditi has Harshit by calendar. Do you know that I have played with your brother Prathamesh? Oh, nice TRT. When? Which tournament? Where are you from? Arey, yaar, nobody is falling in the trap. Oh, but you're wrong. Neeraj and H Shah in the, trying to have that speed, you guys did blunder. Not exactly, but it's not a checkmate. So, some mistake, but Syed. Arey Fendi, take the knight nahi. Bishop c2 mate, guys. Bishop c2 mate. But good dodging, yeah. I think it was a good thing which you understood not to take over here. So these kind of tactics are there. Does Ajjubai already know it? He is down to 1 hour 18 minutes. He's going to calculate all of it on the board. And I think Van Foreest is thinking whether to play e6 or not, but maybe not. What is he going to play? Oh yeah, e6. So queen b3, for sure, I think it's going to happen. And I doubt if black will... The move here is not queen b7, bishop e4, not to take on a8. But instead, what do you do? White to play. This is so interesting. Actually, I've changed my perception. But he goes a4. Arjun is prepared. But I love the opening. I love the position. Everyone's like bishop d2 either to defend or queen c8 check. Bendy, thank you. Guys, I agree if you saw these moves, but you also saw the move queen f7 check, or did you really miss it like as a candidate move? So let me know the truth. Okay. Anyway, you're not going to get any trophy certificate over here. So what is it? Did you miss this move? Because I thought this would be the answer everyone will give first. Queen takes f7 check. The king has to go to d8. And look at this. This looks so horrible. And then even a move like bishop d2, queen e5. I thought you might get very attracted with all of this. But seems like you guys are very smart. It seems like that. So then a4 played by Ajjubai, and he is looking here and there because he is prepared. Simple as that. Okay. We will continue watching this game, but I must tell you, I love the opening position here. Let's go to the game, which is Zhu Jiner versus Magnus Carlsen. And I am waiting for the moment where Magnus will not be able to relax, where Magnus will have to be completely inside that chessboard. So I'm waiting for that moment. But as we did discuss that it's not easy to bring that moment. E4 was played, short castle, rook e1. Wow, really, really, really. So guys, this happens through the move order e4, c5, d3, knight c6, g3, g6, bishop g2, bishop g7, knight f3, knight f6, short castle, short castle. You can go maybe knight d2, rook e1 is an option. But yeah, which move? Knight d2. Have I missed any move? d5, rook e1. Yep. So this is the move order. It can come from Sicilian, and this is King's Indian defense, and sorry, King's Indian attack. So generally, many times the knight goes to f1. Do you know the plan? Knight f1, then you go h4, then you go knight h2, then you go h5. There's also a pawn sacrifice which you do many times. Yeah, you have these ideas which happen with the bishop coming in, with the some sort of sacrifices happening. If black is provoked into playing h5, the g5 square is weakened, and somewhere it is just based on some understanding, some pressure. So it's very comfortable for black, but he has to be alert, fatafat se. And here you can play b5, b4 if c3 is there, and so on. So these are the options for Zhu. She's just thinking of which setup I should take. Whether I should keep my pawn on e6, whether on e5, whether I want to commit to d4, generally not so early, rook b8, b5, b4, but then before c3, does it make sense? So all these questions exist here for Zhu Jiner to decide on a setup. And once that setup is decided, I think she will be making rapid moves. But I love that we are looking at this line. Missed queen f7 at that point of time. Nice. Yeah, yesterday the eval bar was crazy. Now we go to the game of. I am very interested in the game of, Yaz versus Andy Woodward, because super young players, super talents and prodigies, and these will be those like how we saw in the last two candidates, how Gukesh sweeped it, how Sindarao sweeped it. Similarly, these two will be at candidates very soon, maybe next candidates, yeah, and maybe they would be the ones. So this is more like a future world championship board I would be looking at. Yes, let's adjust them. Somewhere we have properties, but I have to find how to change the transform. Let's do transform, edit transform. Nice. No, that's not happening. Rotation. Okay. Oopsie. Yes. There you go. We are making it. We are straightening it. All right. That looks fine. Well done, Amrita. And this side look looks like, yeah, I think on day one when we discussed that, I felt he's slightly a mix of Gukesh and Sindaro. You even named him, gave him a lot of names that way, and all of you agreed to it, which was cool. So, in fact, with at least Gukesh and Sindaro similar looking, like, he might be the one who will win the candidates at some point. Here, I think it's going a bit slow because they have exchanged this, and I think Erdogmus is going to take suddenly 30 minutes. Then Andy would take suddenly 30 minutes. So I think this will be a slow moving game. Yeah. So let's move to Arjun's game because after a4, no move. Wow. So Arjun, can we say is out prepared Van Forest? But still, it's not something which will completely destroy your opponent because it's slow. Like you can figure it out on the board. That kind of a position it feels like. But there is an interesting idea for White in the upcoming moves. Can you share? Can you try to spot the interesting idea for Arjun as a plan in the next 2 3 moves? By the way, last round, which is on 7th, it will be 12 o'clock. The round will be there, I think, at that point of time. So for Indian time, it will be 6 p.m. Correct? No, sorry. Sorry. 3 p.m. is their time, yeah? 3 to 9 p.m. 12 to 6 p.m. Correct. So it will be 3:30. The round will start at 3:30. Yeah, it's a very famous tournament, Sigeman tournament, which happens in Sweden since many, many years. I think, what edition is this? Maybe 17th, 18th? At a history level, I don't exactly know when it was started, but I should know it for next time. And it's so amazing that Magnus decided to play this tournament. Then Nodirbek said he's wanting to play because Magnus is playing. So also inviting Zhu Jiner. Lot of good things, yeah, from this tournament. Also very nice people. Thanks to them, we have the cameras over here. Really, really grateful. A5 knight a6 knight b4 is a nice plan. Sendil, Sundar, um, yeah, amazing. Harsh Kumar, Arey, hello. Good to see you guys. We have our chess ranga tech team here. So this is a very good plan. I like it, but that is for black. For white, actually, nobody has suggested any plan. Oh, b4, b5 by Tanya. B4, b5. Arey, ekdam hi. Tod fod. But the interesting idea which Arjun has. Oh, Albin has found it. Proud of you, Albin. Also, Santosh has found it. It is f3 indeed. Arjun is looking at f3 and e4, telling his opponent, ki, look, normally the bishop is sad on c8. I understand. You want to give it some happiness. That also I understand. But it's not so easy to be in this position. I'm going to kick it away. And very quick development from my bishop here, and maybe short castle, long castle also could be in on the, depending on what black does, but it would be very risky. But Arjun is capable of playing such ideas. Otherwise, also the center will be in Arjun's control with a beautiful knight, always looking at sacrifice ideas once the bishop is not here, and so on. So I believe the game is going to get chaotic because Jordan also loves such dynamic positions, and Arjun also loves this. They have kind of slightly similar style, okay, in a way. So a4 played by Arjun, and a good thing is Van Foreest has got into a long thought. Let's go to Magnus Carlsen's game and look at what's happening there. Because after e4 castle, rook e1. Oh, Zhu Jiner has been thinking for 13 minutes because what to play. Actually, at this point, because she's got early d5, she could think of takes, knight takes e4. Because if d takes e4, then you have the queen exchange, which Magnus always, tries to create situation of queen exchange, and he's happy. But even black is very happy for these one minor pieces and this one pawn, this exchange, developing the bishop to g4 here, very quickly finishing the development, threatening rook d8. And if you try to play a move like h3 by any chance, then guys, taking the knight is a absolute good idea because of what's the next move? Plain simple chess, just improving your position. A5 and A6 instead of F3, E4. Got it. Should be a decent idea, but your development will go slow. We'll check it out. Yes, Sendil and Nero. Knight D4. Quite simple and plain. You're getting the square. The knight is removed. The bishop is attacked. And if you go here, you take here. So, knight E4 would be definitely something which Zhu is. Zhu Engine and Zhu Jiner. I have to tongue of slip of tongue. Tongue of slip. Rook takes e4, if at all. Then there is nothing to worry. You develop with a tempo. The rook is kicked off. So how can you not feel comfortable in such a position? So Magnus actually has asked Zhu that, feel comfortable. That's what he's saying. But will Zhu be okay to feel comfortable? Or will she be like, no, actually, I love some kind of discomfort. So it is a very interesting situation and interesting decision for Zhu if you look at it deeply, whether you want to take here or not. Not to go d4 though immediately because c4 square is also gone. e5 is a move which you will have to look at. Knight will jump to e4 and yeah, maybe you should try to restrict it. So how many of you like d takes e4 and how many of you will not take on e4? We have 558 people. Guys, like the stream, like karo, and in between we are going to be shifting a bit to GCT games also, where Gukesh is playing. D takes e4, take on e4. So you guys are choosing comfort. Okay, let's go. The only thing what Zoo should not do is get too much under time pressure. But that's something she has to take care of. We will move to let's check out what happened in the game. Yeah, Gukesh, are they still playing or what? Oh, they still, no, it's a draw. So it's a draw, and that's why they get 1 point each, because here in GCD the scoring system is different. And also Sindara versus Hans is also a draw, so they get 1 point each. So uh so I think Wesley, Duda and Fabi, they are on 2 points each. Hans, Sindaro, Gukesh and Firuza are on 1 point each. And MVL, Wojtaszek and Fedosiev are on 0 points each. So that's the first round of the GCT where Sagar has gone and he is covering the event, and the team over here, the other guys, Abhidaya, Tushar, Himang, Anmol, everyone, Uncle, Ravindra Uncle. So a lot of people, helping in the team. ये तो टाइम लगेगा. Let's move to the next game. Is it going slow? Nils Grandelius, okay, still in the opening, and Yaz E3 A5 as expected. Slow and steady, guys. What I'm gonna do today is to have quick dinner sooner, and then I will be joining again later, because at the key times I would love to be very active. As let's keep the round 2 here. Oh, शुरू भी हो गया है क्या? Gukesh versus Hans. D4, knight f6, c4, e6. Gukesh is still 25 minutes. h4 and knight d2 has been played here. He's down to 21 minutes and now he's threatening e4. Nice. I like his position because you can't stop e4 here. But yeah, maybe you can challenge the center with c5. So Hans has a decision to make, because you also have bishop a6 and bishop b7 moves here. Bishop a6 also stops e4 because, oops, e4, because then take. No, not really. Zhu has very small advantage in against Magnus. Yeah, but that's a little bit, engine-like thing. It has to go stable, and that will be more. But it's such a pleasant position with black. That's true. I think Magnus is anyway not that guy, or has been that guy who wants to bring out a novelty and try to win in the opening or something. In fact, he has been a breath of fresh air at that point when novelties were mattering so much, but he would be able to just, his core strength, middle game and end game, where he showed that if you make it strong, you can dodge openings anyway. So it's more like a initiative, we can call it, not advantage. 0.1, 0.2 is, yeah. Bishop a6 played by Hans. And now e4 is possible, but then because the bishop is there, better to just, bring the rook in the center and then go e4. That would be a better idea. But we'll see if he's going to play that. What about Sindaro versus Duda? What's happening there? Sindaro, your chess, yeah? Is Sindaro going to go for g4? Arey. That would be crazy because he has g4, knight g3, and then he can bring his queen over here. Try to bring the knights. Yeah, there's a lot of scope for an attack, yeah? But it's too much of a decision. But for rapid, maybe it works. He also has directly knight g3. Quick look at Ali Reza. Oof. The rook over here, the queen over here. The knight better be careful, guarding the rook here. Slight edge for MVL here. And we have Wesley versus Wojtaszek. Okay. And Gukesh versus Neiman. Bishop a6. He's thinking. He's down to 20 minutes here. In the meantime, Zhu Jiner has made the move, guys. She played d4. Oh. So Zhu is saying that no, I do not want to take here and don't want any comfort. No end games for sure. I'm a dynamic player there, Magnus. And she goes d4. Firstly, gets a lot of space in the center. Secondly, the square is gone for the knight. Thirdly, you have also given a beautiful square for the knight to sit on. A lot of, a very committal move in a way, this move. Decent move. For sure, it's a kind of classy move. Like if you want to fight for a game, it's in fact a good move. So then what is she going to plan for e5? Because e5, knight d5, you have nice square. Now you don't have knight e4 because the e5 is hanging. So that is not possible. So maybe, but queen c7 is also happening and you can't move the knight and play f4 because there's no time. So knight c4. But then if b5, wow, look at this. You kind of provoke b5 and then go back to d2. So that the c5 is weak and then you may be thinking of knight e4 and knight takes c5. That's so difficult. Can Magnus do that? Because if not knight c4, if you play slow like a4, okay, then the queen goes to c7. What to play? Okay, a question for you guys. Think a bit, um, think like Petrosian. Maybe not Petrosian, but just try to थोड़ा सा सोच डालो. When is Gukesh versus Sindarov? That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow, round number 2. So that would be like around, like right now. So 7 o'clock around. That game will definitely watch. Knight c4, chess tempo, knight takes d4. Tactics, tactics. What is knight takes d4? What if knight takes d4, c takes d4, bishop takes d5, and knight takes e5? I think you may have stopped your calculation at bishop takes d5. But as we say, one of the thing is, while you're calculating, don't stop at a place where your opponent still has a forcing move which falls under any kind of threat or a capture or a check. So knight takes e5, you have to keep continuing and then you understand that, okay, you have won a pawn, but you also gave a pawn, and that too black is happy because now this is a beautiful pawn. Bishop is developing g4, h3, such a space advantage, weakness on c2. He would be happy. But good that you spotted the tactic. And Shaurya Chaudhary, Kunjang Kazi, Sundar, lovely. E6 is the move, guys. E6. Always think of, like, whenever the pawns are like this, always think of spoiling the structure. If it is good or not, you will have to assess, but it has to be your candidate move. So for e6, if you take with the bishop and then continue, what is the move white to play? Look at Magnus. Magnus is bored to death. I don't think he's bored, but he's generally having such, you know, he sits like this. It's very normal for him. Oh, Tanya Ray, Shaurya Chaudhary, D. Sundar, best for all. Play, Unchained. Well done. The move is simple. Knight g5, threatening to attack the bishop. The point is the bishop cannot move because now the d5 is in a problem and there was no need for all the classy Petrosian exchange sacrifices at this point, but I'm very glad that you still considered it because there are many of the moments when such a move is a good move, but not here, especially when you have a move like knight g5 already in the hand. So e5, knight d5, if a4 queen c7 was the move which I tried, which was a bit of mistake, and you cannot do that. But there are many other possibilities for black, which are like developing the bishop to f5, though it does feel can it get trapped, and even bishop e6 provoking some ideas, yeah, because e5 is kind of tied down for defense with these two pieces here, and he has to just take care that when you attack it further, your d5 and e6 tactics are not happening. So these are the things for black to figure out. But bold move, I think d4 was a bold, courageous move by Zhu Jiner, because I think taking on e4 would be way simpler and much more towards the equal kind of a situation. And Magnus, look at it, he had 1 hour 20 minutes, 8 minutes he has used. Maybe this was not the move he was expecting, and definitely two moves are tempting, though I think knight c4, the main problem is to understand that for b5 what to do here, because if you go back here, then e5 and black has all the space in the world, and it's just very ugly for white. Wow, I've never seen Magnus play a female in the tournament, says honest doubter. Actually, when was the last time Magnus played in the classical tournament with a girl? Can anyone find that out? Okay, Sindaro game. Oh yeah, let's look at. I think this we have decoded, and Arjun's game also, guys. Here we saw a4, knight went to d7, knight takes d7. Arjubai all prepared. Queen takes d7, and now will come f3 and e4 and controlling the center. So these are the things which are coming here. Also, a quick look at Yaz Kaan. Okay, h4 by Andy Woodward. Now that's a big decision. Yeah, Yaz will have to. What a move! Wait a second. What a move! Quite impressive there. Wow. He's gonna be exchanging the bishops, but later there are things like knight g5 and light squares are going to be weak. So this one is real pressure on Yaz. Let's quickly move to the board of Gukesh and see what's happening. Have a quick look there with Hans Niemann. He's down to 16 minutes. Hans has 17 minutes. So time-wise, everything looks fine. Last we saw bishop f4, h4. Yeah, rook e1 he did play, and e4, c5 also happened, which was not a Sicilian though. Takes here. E takes d5. Nice move. Because you were tempted with this or, taking it back. But e takes d5. Now d4 is hanging. And if you take on d5, then you have knight d4. If you take over here, then white to play, guys. What is the move to play? Quickly, because this is rapid. So your answers typing also has to be rapid. Are Jyoti, there are many coaches in Pune, no? You can check out Kapil Lohana's academy, I think, in Pune. He's really good students there. Also, there's Deepankar Kamble. A lot of good coaches are there for the all level. Bishop takes a8. Oops. I always, okay, this move though is there where you give this beautiful bishop. But whenever you have a choice between capturing an exchange and capturing a piece, go for a piece. Because knight c6 and knight e7 is absolutely clean. And not bishop 8. Like if I have to ask you the best move in the position, it's knight c6. So though bishop 8 is fine, let me make it tough for you. Bishop 8 is wrong. Okay, so e takes d4 has been played, and e takes d5 has been played, and Hans must be realizing that, oh my god, what did I just do here? I'm not liking my position. So maybe there is an intermezzo Hans needs to find, which is d3, giving up this pawn, because if you take here, then black will take the pawn with the knight. because of a pin. D3 played, but very quickly Gukesh goes back to D1. Nice move. Actually, there was Queen B1 also. Maybe Queen B1 was better slightly, but he goes back and now he will take back the pawn with E takes D4. The knight is jumping here. I know what Gukesh wants to do. Deflect the knight. Go for Queen G4, Queen H5. Lot of attack coming in, guys. This for rapid, amazing position for Gukesh. Going to Sindarov's game. Oh, he did go for that move G4. You remember at that position which we were looking at? This guy has no fear. He has shown all of us already. So he's even going to play H4 and what not. Storm is coming. So Duda under pressure. Magnus has made his move. Let's quickly go to Magnus versus Zhu Jiner. E5 on the board. After a thought of 12 minutes, imagine if Magnus Carlsen thinks for such a move, 12 minutes, it's a big decision. Now he understands that there is no way I can allow E5 ideas. Knight goes to D5. Zhu is prepared for it. Time gap is reduced. Magnus also very much, prepared, and he goes A4. It was very difficult to go Knight C4, where the intention is ki B5 is fine and I will go back. Very difficult to kind of have such an idea. It feels you are helping black. Yeah, he wants to play B5 in fact. So A4 was played, and I would like you to think of some ideas for black here. For black, can you suggest ideas for Zhu Jiner? I mean, basically, if you are playing against Magnus Carlsen here, what will you play? करोगे तो करोगे क्या? मैग्नस तो ग्लास उठा के चला गया. पानी पी लो. थोड़ी हिंदी बता रही हूँ. पानी पी लो. We had a wide audience. Like we have people watching from out of India who do not know Hindi. Am I correct? So the move knight bishop f5 is a move suggested by you guys. It's a very nice developing move, but also a bit scary in the future if g4 comes. So let's look at it a little closer. Fendi says, I don't know Hindi. But then there is also knight tb4, guys. How difficult is this move? Because if Zhu finds it, yeah, the whole idea is that pawn is pushed to a4 and the knight cannot be kicked away with that same pawn. You cannot even kick it away with c3 because d3 will always hang, which means that you are able to retain such a structure, which is pretty big, for black. And then you can try to improve your piece position further, because by bringing your knight to b4, what you have said is, look, I've done my job over here very well. I've done that role. Now it's your time to come and learn about that role. So this bishop can come over to d5. So this knight is now onto the new skills and the other bishop is going to be learning the same skills. So knight goes to b4. If Zhu plays this, I would more or less say that such a move to make here is not easy. Normally, psychologically, you love the knight in the center. It's beautiful. Why will it move away if it is not even kicked? So you just like this knight over here. So that's why natural would be bishop going to f5. And Magnus is prepared with his next move, which is knight c4. Whenever black wants to play a move like a6 in order to kick the knight, the thematic move, white to play, I believe everybody will find it very quickly. I'm Sikkimese. I'm from Zimbabwe. Fendi says, I don't know Hindi. Komosawa says, Momo. Is that French? Sava, como Sava. I know Tamil. I love chess. I enjoy hearing Hindi, though I don't understand it. Respect to the wise culture of India, home of the great sage Ramana Maharshi and Krishnamurti. Wow, quite interesting that you are. You're not from India, right? Ishanka says I've learned enough Hindi from streams. Absolutely, all those who have got the move A5, we have Sundar, Alienso, Satyam, Shaurya, Rion, and RJ. This is the thematic move. Like you wait for it, because if you play earlier, then something like this helps to go for B5. But once A6 is played and A5, you never have in your life a move like B5 because it means that the knight is permanent. So how we look at it is like with A4 and knight C4, this knight is permanent over here. There is no way you can kick it away. It's like illusionary pawns in general. So it's pretty safe. So this is what Magnus created with the move A4. And I think for Zhu, knight D4 if she finds, then hats off. But even if she doesn't go for that, maybe she will develop her bishop over here. Or the other idea is to go b6, and then if knight c4, trying to go bishop b7, maybe I don't know if the problem is e6. Yeah, exactly. So not bishop b7, not so easy. That means you have to move the rook away from this diagonal. Then you're changing the plan. Look, the idea is a6 and b5. Then you want to kick the knight. This is also very typical. This is also very practical to play for. Stop black from kicking. Yes. Oh, California. Very nice. Because we recently did visit Tiruvannamalai and the Ramana Ashram. That was very nice. Went to the cave and trekking and so on. So I think Magnus is doing fine with 10 minutes more on the clock. Arjun Erigaisi over here has found a plan. F3, A5, E4, bishop goes to H7, and 8 minutes more on the clock for Arjun. He has to decide where to develop the bishop because the natural is bishop D3, but the only problem with this move, very interesting move for black here, guys. Black to play. Wow, what a move. Just it's not winning or anything, but I just want to see that whether you guys can consider it. Like it requires some level of imagination. Like maybe artists will find it soon. Maybe musicians also can find it soon. What are the profession? Printing engineering guys also will find it soon. But all the commerce, science, IIT students, I doubt. AI people, I don't know how they think yet. So, global variable, B Sundar, fun with Jayant. And also, of course, all the advanced level chess players will find it because they are also an artist. Chef, yes, ADM. ADM, are you a chef or what? You'll also find it. Knight d5, guys. Beautiful move. It's a move which, you just don't look at it visually. E takes d5 is happening. But it is a very cool move because the queen does not have anywhere to go where it can still defend the d3 bishop. So bishop d3 actually would be a mistake. I mean, not the best idea. So Arjun should develop bishop to e2, then go for a short castle and place his bishop on this diagonal on f4, bring his rook to d1, look for the ideas of d5 break, because after d5 break you could even get the b5 square. If ed5 the a5 can become weak. So I think it's going to revolve around center. The whole play will be about center, who gets a successful break over here. Oh, maybe one more idea would be in the future g4 and h4 and g5, and oh ho, maza hi aa jayega with all the chaos which can happen on the board. So keeping my fingers crossed for another chaotic game over here, chaotic middle game. I want to take a look at Andy Woodward versus the leader of the tournament, the young guy Yagiz Kaan, because he has been thinking since 18 minutes for the move h4. This move has shocked him. It's changed kind of psychologically. He will have to fight it out. It's a beautiful move also from white. I think Yaz right now feels some pressure, and 18 minutes more for Andy Woodward, who lost his game devastatedly yesterday. And Abdusattorov versus Nils. You know, at such situations, even an opponent feels for you, you have not scored a point here. But it does seem that Nils might be able to get half a point. Yeah. Okay. Let's have a quick look now at GCT games, because they might be entering some stage of time pressure. This is Sindarov who is trying to attack. He's gone h4 and going to Gukesh's game after queen d1, ed5, knight d4, knight f5. He took the pawn. Bishop goes to f8 and he goes d6. Isn't it a nice position with your knight on f5, bishop f4 defending over here? Okay, he also has a pawn, but somehow this pawn looks much better. I actually like white's position here. I think it's the only problem might be knight d5. Yeah, you want to attack the bishop, and if you move the bishop, d6 has less people defending it. So yeah, knight d5 is good. Or even maybe take and then knight d5. Magnus played. Okay, we will have to check that. Wait a second. Wait a second. What did he go for? Zhu Jiner played, guys. Zhu Jiner. She goes bishop e6. So she had an option of bishop f5 also. Oh, no, 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 wait. She played h6. Oh, so she stopped knight g5 over here. And of course, Magnus is going to go knight c4. And now she goes bishop e6. Which means if she has got her bishop to e6, it is very clear that at some point she's going to play knight b4 and bishop d5. So she has found this kind of a plan over here. Another idea for her would be to go queen d7, bishop h3. I think I can definitely tell you that Zhu Jiner is going to put pressure on Magnus Carlsen. How cool is that? She is doing amazing with the black pieces. Magnus has not managed to trick her at all yet. Of course, she's like super strong. I don't even think Magnus was expecting anything immediately. But very good play by Zhu Jiner. Very good play. क्या बात है? Does anyone has a similar style of, working or sitting in tournaments like how Magnus actually sits? Oh, what did Magnus just see? He calculated something and he's raised his eyebrows for a long time, in fact. What? Okay, now I'm very curious. Very, very curious. He's sitting less bored now. No, he's in definitely a lot of pressure. How far? I always went step by step, so I think that was not the thought without becoming first. There was earlier titles. I think I played chess slightly differently in my life. Not I would not think in exactly the same way how majority of the people would think for it. I just loved playing chess, the experience of it. I think I had a goal of maybe reaching 2200 live reading. It was more or less that part, which I did reach, which I did not reach. 2199.5 I reached, which was amazing because I learned how you can almost come close to something and miss it forever and how to let it go. So, yeah, in general, it's just how one defines success for themselves. Yeah, it's slightly different things. Okay. Not getting more into it. I think Magnus versus Zhu Jiner. I'm keeping this, and I'm gonna have a quick look at Arjun's game is here. I'm gonna go and have my get my dinner here. So, which game would you guys want me to keep? Maybe I can show you some other games also. This is Yaz Khan over here. Also, I need to adjust. So Yaz is still thinking for the move h4. Then we have Nils here. Oops. Wait a second. And then we have Arjun over here. So Arjun or Magnus, guys, I can set one of the board over here and I can go. Or I could even, yeah, two, not two right now. I'll go and come back. But it will take me 5 minutes. And Magnus game. Okay, so I'll just have a quick look at this game. Arjun has played bishop h7, bishop f4, bishop b4, bishop e2. He's preparing castle. It's a plan which we have already discussed. I like Arjun's position. I feel very positive about the position, but the way Van Foreest has been playing, I don't think he will let Arjun, break this. We will keep, I think, Magnus, Zhu Jiner, definitely the pairing of the day for all of us. Yeah, if Magnus comes ahead, then it's slightly tricky for the board, yeah. Then, okay, Magnus's hair is covered. It's fine, I believe, for you guys. You can see the board. If he will move back on the chair, then maybe you may not be able to see him. So this is the board I will keep and go. And this is over here Gukesh's game, which is going on, where he has 9 minutes. So I think we will look at the end of this also, and we will also look at Magnus's game. So आती हूँ guys. Oops, that is not gonna work. Let's keep it like this. ये बहुत आगे पीछे जाता है यार. He's making my job very difficult. What did I leave with Arjun's position in Magnus's board? That is so insane. So sorry, guys. Oh, after bishop e6, there is no move from Magnus Carlsen. What? I left. I took my food. I'm here with my dish. It's been 13 minutes. Magnus Carlsen might be realizing that he is not able to, find ways to put pressure on Zhu. क्या बात है? Too good. Yes, guys, I have made a blunder, and that's how what Nils Grandelius and Abdusattorov has have drawn their game. Oh, they've left. Okay, that's a good thing that Nils could score half a point. Very nice. So we have what about Arjun's game? Arjun is doing fine. Rook fd1 as we had discussed the plan. And for h4, d6 has been played by Yagiz Khan. Okay, let's quickly stay on the GCT games as well. Because final moments of Gukesh versus Hans. Gukesh has more time on the clock, but the position looks fine for black. He has to take the pawn on d3 now. Yeah, but I think time management is amazing because Gukesh has more time than Hans, which is great to see. आज क्या खा रहे हो? अरे हाँ guys, what is your dinner today? I'm eating anda curry, egg curry with chapati. My chef is on a holiday for a week. So yesterday she cooked some extra stuff. You have to exercise only, yes. You have to walk and exercise, do Virasan. Guys, what happened to Sagar? Matlab kya? Nothing happened. Everything is fine. Crazy comments. The best answer to why he's not here then. Why he's not here? It's because he's there. Oh my god. Why not queen d3? No, he should take queen d3, but I believe he's looking for something more elegant with bishop e7. Yeah, a bit insane to kind of interfere, but his time, he's down to 2 minutes. He had 4 minutes more. Come on, Wookie, play. If you see his rapid rating is low, 2682, because he has not been very good in rapid. He has not played too much rapid events. Very nice, Mitra and two sisters. Good to see you. Ah, he took the pawn. Okay. Hans kicks the bishop now. Where do you go? Oh, actually, you can't go back at a good square. I mean, it will be exchanged, yeah, wherever you go. There's also another move possible here, which is slightly difficult though. Knight f3 with the idea of rook e1. And you have skewer over here. कैसे चलेगा ये मारा rook e1 खेला because it's queen f7 can be played, no? Something fishy, quite complex though. Why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? But yeah, maybe that would have been a subconscious inspiration. I cannot keep full screen because people will get confused to see Magnus and then the game is something else. So at this moment, because we are in the last 2 minutes phase of Gukesh's game, we're looking at this. By the way, Alireza has beaten Maxim and Sindaro versus Duda. Sindaro is actually just slight edge, yeah? Maybe Duda holds this. Ferosi Caruana game has just begun. Gukesh did take his bishop back and now he has to give a check. You want to take with the bishop because your knight is doing well on d5. Oh, Magnus played. Guys, do you want to stay here or you want to go to Magnus? Or after this? But Gukesh is down to 12 seconds. Oh my god. How do you play such a position in 12 seconds? So tough. You have to take with the queen. It's a must. Ah, then now it's a draw. Okay, this is fizzled out. It's a draw. Let's go to Magnus. You guys are right. I think this is the time to enjoy classical chess. And yes, he went bishop d2. After a thought of from 1 hour 6 minutes to 46, 20 minutes he thought. 20 minutes. I mean, Zhu actually made him really go deep in the position. Now, what do you suggest for Zhu? I love Black's position. 100% if you give such a position, guys. Will you take white or black? Don't think who is the opponent. White or black in such a position. Fifty-fifty. Black, white. I like black here. More space. White. White. Okay, let's go deeper. If you want to take white, then what is it you like about white's position? And if those who choose you want to take black, what is it that you like about black's position? Let's understand deeper. Yeah, it's equal. I would rather say it's unclear position. Better knights, they're more easily coordinated to mount to attack. Okay, I guess you're meaning black knights. Black is controlling the center. Mostly 50-50, but with white, I like that h6 can be a target. I want to go queen c1 maybe then. Also, e5 pawn is bad. All the people who are taking black are saying fatafat things for, white. Those who are saying, those who like white, oh, Ashutosh. White is very good in terms of defending. I can respond to my opponent. But white is generally the one putting pressure, no? Oh, we have a backer of Indian chess. Boggy plays. Arey, thank you so much. We have a new member. Yay. All the membership amount will go to the help chess where a laptop will be, laptops will be from all the membership amount. As many laptops can be bought and given to the talented players, which happens through a big process. They apply, then everything is checked, and they are selected and the whole thing, and then the laptops are given. So thank you. It's been going on for last 2 years, and it's been very helpful. Queen c7 also is e5 pawn attacks. No, super chats do not go towards help chess. Unless some of them, yeah, some of them when we have mentioned it has happened previously, but not if we've not mentioned it. So Bishop D2 and Zhu Jiner is playing. By the way, all those who are asking about Gukesh's game, it was completely equal. But because there are knights on the board, you have to be careful in blitz not to lose your rook in the fork. But this is the position. And oof, there's one advantage for black, a better rook and a pawn structure, because of which you have more weaknesses. So Gukesh, if anybody has to be careful, it's Gukesh. And also, what happened to Sindaro? Okay, it's going for equality. Oh no, this is going. Oh, 95 check. Array. Or Rook G for 95, the fork. Oh no. It's a typical time pressure. But what else could he have done? No. G3 is hanging. King E2 is a tough move. Yeah. Hans is winning material and he's winning the pawn. Maybe Gukesh will try to get the b6 pawn. But this one is tough. This one is tough. Let's go to Magnus's game, and I'll go full screen and I will be coming back here. Maybe I'll keep Arjun's game now. Oh, lots few things have happened, yeah. Arjun or Magnus, guys, I'm just coming back in another few minutes. Okay, let's see Arjun for a while and then I'll keep Magnus. So in Arjun's game, he castled king h8, rook went to d1, knight g8 khela. Bapre. It's definitely a creative move, but also a move where you want to do something for your friend, you know. Who is the friend of this knight here? It's the bishop on h7. And you're like, नहीं यार ये तेरे साथ ठीक नहीं चल रहा है, मैं तेरे को हेल्प करता हूँ. So he goes back with the idea of playing f5 and कि भाई तू भी जी सकता है अपनी जिंदगी. So knight g8, knight a2 was played by Ajju, which was a very nice move found, kicking this bishop. Bishop went back, he took here, queen takes d6. Two minor pieces have been exchanged, so it's still going to be a fight between whose minor pieces are more active, much better, the pawn structure. Try to look at it that way, assess it. And now Arjun has some nice, oh, nice moves there. Guys, how many, let's see, how many of you, like, in what direction you're thinking? Try to tell me two moves which you are thinking as candidate moves. Boggy says, if you remember, I asked yesterday about if you require a video editor. I messaged a ChessBase with my resume. And my name is Nakshatra. Where did you send it? Which email ID? Somebody thought yesterday Magnus drew the game. Yeah, that could happen. Can you once forward it to... No, I think you may know better there because there was a link over there. Aha, got it. Just if you can forward to chessbind@gmail.com would be nice as well. Namya says, I went for a federated tournament in Dehradun and wanted a few insights on how to improve. Also got a chance to meet Grandmaster Sriram Jha, which is so nice. We'll talk about the advices in a while. I'll come. Kimaya Virle, how are you? How are you doing, Kimaya? I'd given you a call. Maybe at some point in between. We'll get in touch. The moves d5 and knight c1. Then there is b4. Then there is e5, b4, knight c1. Which is nice, guys. You are look thinking about very good moves. I am so happy because the way you find the move knight c1 is always making sure how your knights can bring their best potential, right? As a human being, you want to give your best, you want to bring in your best potential. So if ever you feel like a knight which is dim on the rim, try to change your something in your life and try to bring out your potential by maneuvering yourself. So yeah, knight c1 is a nice move which is looking at a goal over here, which is c5. So well done. It's a nice one. Then, oops. Then the other move which is suggested is b4, which is also like you take and the knight takes, and yes, this is isolated pawn, but your knight is activated. It's interesting. I personally would not go for it. Did anyone say the move queen c5? No, because all of you in the chat love the queens on the board, love the attack and the thrill. So queen c5 is the move Magnus would like. You know, exchange karo. Fatafat exchange, and then whatever is left, he will then completely try to uh, win with like minimalistic attitude in chess, yeah, for Magnus. And those some of you have mentioned e5 move, and it's like black will say to you thank you. Because the whole thing which was going on, where this bishop was like, कि भाई खिड़की खोल दो, I want to breathe. And you were very kind to him. So that's why the bishop is going to say thank you to you. And that's why it's positionally not a very good idea. But oh, Arjun goes for b4. The move I said I don't want to play, but Arjun says I want to. क्या बात है? What's happening? Have I missed something? A b4? Knight b4? And white is maybe looking at a5, a6, spoiling, winning the c6 pawn, and having a chain of 5 pawns where in the end the pieces are still not very active. I got it. So you can't really take the pawn. So black will have to remember ignorance is bliss. Anu says I'm switching between St. Louis Chess Club stream and CBI stream every 10 minutes. Bombarded with chess today. What a wow. So cool, Anu. Really love chess, huh? I'm good. Ah, sure, sure. But he takes on b4. Actually, he had to ignore. Ignorance is bliss. Not always, though. Somebody forgot to add that. I can't imagine my life if I would have ignored Sagar. So, yeah. So, this is doing fine. Let's move to Arjun is happy now with knight takes b4 or even queen takes b4. This is going well. Zhu has not played, huh? Bishop d2 ko. Oh, we have a help chess contributor. Array. Sakar chess 555. Is it your birthday or something today? Thank you so much, Sakar. Plus 12th का result आ गया. Full on vacation mode. Oh, so many people would be, would have got 12th result, no? How much was it? Let me know. Can I keep the dish and come? And then we'll talk about a lot of things. Give me 3-4 minutes and I will just come. क्योंकि पानी जाने वाला है 8:30 बजे. Fifth में and fifth round. Okay, nice. Oof. Okay, guys, welcome back to me. And now, all set for the time pressure and for the critical positions. And thank you for being there and not really leaving so many people. Yeah, I might have missed the chat, so you can type here again or copy paste again. You got 78%. Okay, geography you like, huh? You have to travel then, Anu Dravid. It's all about how you generally, I mean, the percentage doesn't matter, how you practically apply whatever later, wherever you will be doing things. That is the most important. And yeah, good. Anything for me above 35% works. Because all the things are changing, the knowledge is changing. So there you need to score 100% and learn all the new things for yourself. I think Arjun is clearly better when I'm gone. Wow. He exchanged the queen and somehow rook d8. Last move was not good because you know the whole idea of the move knight g8 was to go f5, break open the bishop over here. But then he suddenly goes rook fd8 and completely like you know this guy who was so nice, sweet guy helping his friend to get some life there. But this guy over here, he also had to become friends with them. But somehow he didn't really care much. He's on his own journey and he got his rook d8. So that's why white over here has a nice move, very strong move for Arjun here. White to play. What do you do here? After that, we'll go to Magnus's game. But guys, white to play. I need three people to get the right answer. Others will get it wrong, but three people to get the right answer. Amitra says, where is Sagar Bhai should be pinned in the comment. Oh, where is Sagar should be pinned in the comment. True. Yeah, maybe someone can type here so that I can pin it. How many of you are getting right? Yes, Harry Potter. Well done. The laser games. Anu Dravid. A5 is a very strong move over here with there is this knight overlooking a6 ideas but also maintaining tension. And now if you go a move like f5, a6, continuing with the plan, b takes a6, knight c6. The point is in all these variations, the knight is capturing here with the tempo. That's why the move rook f d8 absolutely did not work, because just imagine for a moment ये आया, ठीक है? तो फिर तो d5 and the knight is even powerful. But after knight e5, in case you were looking somewhere else and you make a move like a5, 50 people in the chat. No, in case you make a move like rook c2, 50 people in the chat. What do you do? It's the time to disco, disco. It's the time to disco. I thought everyone will get distracted after I'm singing the song because is there a discovered attack or something? But I was simply singing a song. Can't I? Absolutely. Knight f7 is a checkmate. Like mate. Harry Potter, bravery, Jilam, Ashutosh, Anu, led Vic. Yes, Vix. And it's a mate. Too good. So Rook f d8 is going to haunt Van Foreest after a beautiful game yesterday he played. Here he has not brought his rook to a nice place. It does look good, but at the end of it, it helps nobody. So let's quickly now go to Magnus Carlsen's game and see what he's doing there. Magnus is not on the board today. Zhu was playing really well. She goes, are, knight e6 नहीं जाना था. She had this square was important. Knight b4. This was a good square. In fact, Magnus had to take here. Take here. He had to give that bishop. But she went knight b6, which Magnus is happy about. And he can simply solidify the knight over here. But because if he, this is a decent move, which I believe Magnus will play. If he takes the knight, which is also another natural move, then Zhu is right. With what will you play, guys? A b6 or queen b6? Do you think Magnus takes less risk against women because he's scared to lose to them? No, no way. He's not played much women, so we'll not be able to right now. No, anyway. Not an easy decision, yeah, queen b6 or a b6. One is a developing move, other is opening the rook. The laser game सिर्फ b6 लिख के क्या होगा? Because if you write only b6, what? The pawn or the queen? Indian women's chess, my most favorite is Humpy. Because I've seen her grow with me and I played with her. So definitely a slight 0.1% bias towards Humpy. And which is so 0.1%. And then everybody else is my favorite. Both. You can capture with both. That's also an answer, yeah? Like you think both of it equally. AB6, AB6. Yeah, I think you guys are right. Whoever wants to play AB6, it's the right move. You are okay with double pawns. There is nothing this, if this is a weakness, nobody is reaching to attack that weakness, you know. So at this moment, it doesn't remain a weakness because it cannot be attacked. But if you take with the queen, which is a developing move, the point is your rook is not activated. All the files are closed and white is white over here is getting slowly structurally he's going to play h4, knight h2, queen c1 and more or less go for the typical king's Indian attack plans. Yeah, so that's why ab6 is quite powerful over here with looking over here. But what she played, b3 was played, and I think Magnus had a very nice move which was a tough one. Because look, if you take, then bishop takes a5 and look at a beautiful pin here. Though it doesn't matter because you may not take immediately. But to exchange these knights, yeah, instead of these knights, was slightly computer decision, I would say. So he goes b3 and immediately Zhu goes knight d5. So she just wanted to provoke b3, loosen the c3 square and again come to d5. Not so bad actually. Magnus will go queen c1 looking at h6 and Zhu has to go king h7 because h5 would be a disaster giving away these squares. So king h7 and we might be looking at something like this where the next move naturally is h4. And this is the position we might reach. But if Magnus finds a good move, then knight h4 and look at the plan. f4 and f5 with the bishop on e6, it gives something new. The bishop could not manage to go knight b4 and exchange itself. So Magnus, let's see what he does. Because if he finds this idea, then I think, yeah, he's got that. That is the moment he was waiting for to put pressure. And Van Foreest versus Arjun. Arjun is still thinking. By the way, it's been a long time. Let's time to move to Yagiz Kaan because h4 was played. d6 we saw here. The bishops did get exchanged by Andy Woodward. knight d7, and he went rook d1 here. He did not long castle. Not sure why, because it was really a good idea to do that with everything placed well. Rook d1 and short castle, and now black is happy because the attack is not going to be so powerful anymore, because even white's king is in the center, and otherwise with short castle it will not be. So now he goes queen c2 here, maybe to get away from any sort of tempos for the black knight. Also looking at knight g5 ideas, maybe also looking at e4 ideas, but keeping the king in the center. And the fourth game has been a draw between Nodirbek versus Nils. So at this moment, a quick roundup, quick prediction. Arjun versus Jordan, the bar says white is better. You can clearly see Arjun should be able to convert this. If he does it, guys, then Nodirbek, Arjun and Van Foreest. These three were the guys who were on 2.5. Okay. Yaz is on 3 points, the sole leader. So if Arjun beats Van Foreest, Arjun moves to 3.5, which means that Yaz will need to win in order to become a sole leader again. If he draws, then Arjun and Yaz would be leading the tournament. How amazing that can be. So let's hope for the best. Okay. And then we go to Magnus's game, where the opening has been quite interesting. I think Zhu had played well, but you can see that sometimes the one very slight weak move could change things in a way at a quite a huge level. So white got a free move, yeah. Okay, thank you, Bobby. Arjun's game, yeah. I think at this moment, this is Magnus is gonna think 32 minutes for Magnus. Uh, we will go to Arjun's game. I think that is at this moment a bit more critical. And both of them, Arjun, those rare times when he is, even keeping the hands. Like one is he looks away from the board. Second is he looks at the board. Third is कि वो हाथ इधर रख के मतलब उसको किधर भी नहीं देखना है. This one is rare. It means that he has sensed it. 33 minutes and 20 moves to make. A5 is a great idea if he plays. But the funny thing is, even if he doesn't go for that, there's what else will you play? Let's see. Guys, let's try to challenge the chat with the moves other than A5. Are you playing the moves which, let's say, loses the advantage? Or you are able to find moves which still retain the advantage other than A5? Can you suggest moves for white? Dark says how to get 2000. Yeah, I think we have discussed this number of times. As a lot of general weaknesses will be there. Tactics, of course, one of the thing. Apart from that, time management, one of the thing. If your blunders always happen towards the end of the game, energy management is one of the thing. These are the some other factors. But the most critical ones would be to understanding the pawn structures well, minor pieces well, and that helps you in better planning. So your middle game needs to improve. And yeah, maybe you can look at some of the things which are um, understanding also weak squares is, maybe I would even call that 2200, but at least before that, a little more pawn structure and minor pieces is something I generally recommend to do that. So books, there are many books. Yeah, there's ancient books are like My System and oh, by the way, this middle game book, Shereshevsky. What is the name of the book? But you can search with this author. He's written some part one, part two. In fact, they're very amazing books. if you want something else other than reassess your Silman, reassess your chess and Silman's endgame, you can check those out. Even for certain opening structures, you can check out this chess structures where he teaches some openings through the pawn structure, because that's the right way to learn the openings. And also, whenever you learn openings, try to not just look at it as first few moves to by heart, but more or less where it is taking you into, in which territory. That's important. Like towards the middle game, like how the plans are going after that. You look at an opening, want to study it, then you at least look at 100 games, if not 1,000, then at least 100 games in mega database, and see how people have, what are the plans people have gone for, what worked. Also, when you are playing, generally you can try to, after your 100 games you've played yourself, try to look at it very unbiased with what is the pattern which I found, because most of the times, it happens with some players. It's like, oh, I was winning, oh, I was just winning, I could have won, yeah, I would have easily won. And it's just all the time only that. In a way, it's, yes, you're always winning, completely agree with that, but why you didn't win? Or why you couldn't convert if you were winning, no? So what is the pattern? So even if you say I was winning and I was under time pressure, so that weakness did exist. Thoda sa, like, objective evaluation will help you to find a pattern which helps you to improve. Um otherwise, okay. So these are certain aspects. Also, there's generally a lot of decision making. You will see, sometimes people are giving rash sacrifices without uh, much understanding. Sometimes people are scared to give sacrifices. So much, yeah, so much to, it's kind of all these points which I said should actually take you at least 6 months to look into that deeply. So yeah, all those who want to practice, you can rewind and at least use some of the things. Uh, the moves which people had suggested was d5, king f2, d5, king f2, rook d3, mage, and knight d3. Okay. So d5, if you play, it is exactly what the move rook d8 hoped for, to fizzle it out, because after takes c5. Yeah, not c takes d5, no? Still fine. But c5 is possible, and then where does the knight go? Because you can't go to c2, then you don't want to go to a2, and knight d3 ke baad rook d5. So d5 is a mistake. All those who use the principal king as a piece in the end game and played king f2, still a bit slow, because f5, black is waiting for it. But all those who said knight d3, that is a nice move that you spotted, because you were losing a pawn here, d4 pawn, and it was a bit more tactical. I don't know if you looked at it, but I hope you saw the idea here. White to play. Important idea. If you have played knight d3, then you should know the next move. Recommend books for opening endgame for beginners. Silman's endgame is 100 endgames you must know. I think there's Amateur to IM is one very nice book. We loved it. I don't know. You can check it out if it is available in our shop. Then also for endgames, advanced level endgames, there's this conceptual rook endgames by Jakob Agard, Sam Shankland. For pawn structure improvements, you can also look at small steps to giant improvement. They are actually two parts, but you can check out the first one. There was an old book, Pawn Structure Chess by Saltis. We don't have it in the shop, but if you find elsewhere, you can take it. It's a good one. I did study it in my chess career. Um, my system, I have mentioned number of times. Jakob card calculation books are a bit intermediate, after intermediate, so yeah, not for beginners. Oh, if you're a beginner, I would even suggest don't even go for opening books unless they are more like, yeah, there are some like coffee reporter type of books. Yeah, those are okay. where it's not too much of depth. But for middle game, I think, why don't you just check out in the shop middle game? You can click over there and then you will find the books. Also for your rating category also you will find. 95, yay, let's go. Only heirs, Akul, Ella, Magnus Carlsen. Nice. Magnus the Goat, Music, Doku, Abhinav, Akul, D. Sundar, Vijay, 95. And that's the disco here with the threat of mate. But there is Rook D1 with check. So Rook D1. And you need to go Bishop G6 to defend. Because if you go a move like Rook F8, then comes the beauty. The beauty is fatafat. All those people who don't understand Hindi, fatafat means quick, quick. But in Hindi, it's like quick. But yeah, fatafat. Easy to remember. Fatafat. And in Tamil, it is called Sikram Sikram. Am I correct? Suddenly remembered. What's up with Tanya? Tanya was there at, Vaishali's Waka. It was a private event. If she plays chess, she can become a GM, of course. But if it's like, she has to decide. Similar, I think, for Tanya and Sagar also similar. Yes, wow, well done. Rook D8, only heirs, Ella Magnus, Sandeep Ghanekar. Arey, Sandeep, how are you? Long time, yeah? And Deven Tiwari, Magnus the Goat. Okay, so Rook D8, it's deflection and it's a mate. So these kind of tactics could come. So these people have, boxed in the king over here. And even if you go here, the rook jumps into D7. You cannot really take over here. I mean, you can take over here, but we are looking at such a position, which again, lot of calculation. So I think, oh, he goes king F2. Why would he not go for A5? What did he not like about this move? If I have to see, was it F5 here he didn't like? And then he would have calculated A6. You don't have time for FE4 because of AB7 and then knight C6. So then he would have calculated B takes A6. He would have calculated knight C6. I just don't believe that Arjun did not play A5. Why? Okay, I completely understand he's seen something which he did not like, but even through computer, Rook D C8 is the move. No, which is not what he will be scared of. Rook E7 can be because you want to go Rook A8 here. And then King F2, Knight D3. Again, those things. What's happening? Suppose Rook A8. Okay, maybe it was about giving the pawn and then going for this whole thing. So he went for a practical King F2. Because now F5 needs to be pushed. And if F5, he will either go King E3 or E5. He'll still have slight edge. I think maybe A5 was overestimated by me at a practical level. Okay, this we have decoded. Now we move to the other games. We move to the game of Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, Magnus, I don't see him only on the board. I think he's like, yesterday I was there for such a long time. I sat for so long, I need to be active. Wow, he found this move, Knight H4, but without Queen C1. What? Magnus makes a mistake. Oh, but his idea was perfect. F4 is a good move. Will Zhu, guys, what is a good move here? What Magnus needed to play was first go Queen C1, King H7, and then Knight H4, and we will know why this was better and why Knight H4 directly is a problem. So Zhu has an opportunity to get a slight edge with the black pieces against the GOAT number 1, Magnus Carlsen. Will she find it? Imagine she continues her winning streak. Oh, this can be the most exciting moment of this whole tournament. Let's go, Zoo. Currently 1700. Weak endgame, especially rook endgames. There is rook endgames पे special book is there. Bhai, check it out. Conceptual rook endgames. But also, you can study. There was another this Korchnoi book where there's a lot about rook endgames. Oh, we also have an amazing video course by Ganguly. It's about all endgames, and the way he teaches is beautiful. Really, if you're interested, I would recommend you will connect with him. And he has amazing teaching style. Surya Shekhar Ganguly, I mean. ADM says don't waste money on books. You have only to solve thousands of thematic puzzles and just keep playing at your own level against players with within plus 50 rating points. I think it's just about how people use the books for their improvement, right? It's not a one rule for everybody. She finds it! Yay! Zoo OP, guys! Zoo OP in the chat ho jaye because G5 has been played and Magnus goes back. Look at this. Why was Queen C1, Queen C1, King H7, and now Knight H4 stronger? Because if G5 here, there was a problem. White to play. Let me go to the main screen and put this so that you're white to play. Because of this, the move G5 was not possible. And I cannot even believe that, sometimes it has happened to so many chess players that they have calculated the move which they want to make is many times the second move in their calculation. It sounds very unrealistic, but believe me, it happens with so many people. Yes, Sam Shanklins. That's what conceptual rook and games with Jakob, I think. Which one do you prefer, Sicilian or Caro? I started playing Sicilian watching Divya, then switched to its Knight off variation. If you ask me my preference, it's also about what kind of a human being you are, which you know better, but Sicilian anytime. Okay, both have different kind of understanding and dynamics, but I can only comment about something that I'm knowing deeply. I mean, much deeper than at least something else. So I don't know as much at its depth, Karukan. So yes, I think there were two moves which were suggested. One is bishop e4, check, and this is exactly that one point of difference where the king is on h7 and you get this check. But also, if the king moves, then you got boom bam, bishop g5. You could even start with bishop g5, by the way. H5, and now the queen comes in. The knight is going to jump in. The queen is going to be threatening a mate. This kind of attack is exactly Magnus would have loved it. For some reason, he started with knight h4 and I believe that he wanted to play queen c1. I completely believe he wanted to play queen c1. Look at him, he's not happy. G5, but okay, it's not like he's lost or anything. I mean, just don't misunderstand with that. Knight goes back and now queen d7. Calm, nice, perfect chess here by Zhu Jiner. And Magnus is, feeling the pressure. He goes h4. Again, an important decision for Miss Zhu over here. Whether to take or whether to push the pawn. Or whether to even just keep it as it is. So guys, gh4, g4 or f6. Let me ask you this question. Which one out of three? This is the training. All those who really want to improve think very seriously, like it's your game. Like those only who want to really improve. Then you try. Don't think in a way that okay, side by side मैं पढ़ाई भी कर रहा हूँ, मैं काम भी कर रहा हूँ, खाना भी खा रहा हूँ, इंस्टाग्राम पे रील्स भी देख रहा हूँ और फिर सोच रहा हूँ. तो ऑलरेडी यू आर distracted being right now. So how does it matter if you want to improve? This is the moment of focusing. Yes, but this was the dream that can Zhu, like show her class, I would say. Where to find these books? You can check out our ChessBase India shop. ChessBase India shop. Sakar, if you are in the chat, can you help to put the link? Oh, I had to pin earlier something else. Where is Sagar? Okay, forget it. That's not important. F6, G4, G4, F6, G4, G4, F6. Okay, nobody's taking GH4. I like that for sure. Not GH4, spoiling the structure. So well done, chat. And I think 60% towards 60, 65 towards G4, others towards F6. And now I will tell you one of them is right. One of them is a good move. How difficult it is. Let me try to see at a practical level, because you want to. Okay, I'll tell you the move. The move is G4 is the perfect move. Oh, thank you, Sakar. Yeah, that's the shop.chessbase.in. And you can find a lot of segregated books, like based on your rating, based on opening middle game. So they are segregated by me and Sagar, so you can look into that. Plus, even if you write any name, yeah, you write opening, you will otherwise also get many books. You just put it in search tab, and you will, yeah, easily get some nice things. I'm gonna pin the link here. So that it's easier for all of you. Legit question, because I have limited money to spend on books. So what would you suggest and where can I browse these books? You can also first try and see the free things there. Like many times people are not very keen to learn from free stuff because it is free. But I think there is another thing. Sometimes you don't want to learn, like, because it's video format and many people don't enjoy that as much for sitting with focus. Then it is a little bit on screen. That is another reason. Okay, there are millions of reasons, but you could check out his playlists, firstly right now, which we have on ChessBase India already. Plus Chess Ranga, you can check it out, where you can solve all the tactics. I think at least 300, 400 tactics are there, reality from real games, handmade by Sagar. So that is very easy. Take 1 month, or if you're having more time than 2 weeks, and finish it off. Slow and steady with Biswa. We have improving your chess with comedians. We have 100 episodes. There's at least 1 year content. Learn from classics is there. Endgame. Oh, Sagar's Endgame playlist is there, which is so good. Then also this Grandmaster chess is there. Every game, 10 questions. Can you answer? You can compete with the comedians who were there at that point of time. So, there's a lot of, nothing needs, like, the world is not made in a way where everybody needs to spend money, yeah. You have so much knowledge and so much this thing in the world that just doing it all without money, you can reach different stages. The thing is, many times, like, for example, let's say I'm a lazy person. I know exercise is good for me, but I'm not doing it. Then I'm like, okay, spend money for whatever gym or XYZ thing. And then I'm like, okay, it will happen because I am not doing it myself. That's why I have to spend. But do you think I have to spend if I am doing it myself? Unless There's something where I don't know because of certain whatever reasons, like other things. Even tuitions. Like, I don't know, like at least, this whole era where everybody is going for tuitions and spending extra money, spending extra time. Already good enough 12 years are spent in going to school. But then you again go to also tuitions where you can actually develop another skill. I think it's yeah, maybe some things which definitely I think differently. In our era, at least in my whole class, there were only two people who would not go to tuitions, and I think in Sagar's class also he was the only one. And you can do it, yeah. You can become CA. You can be running a stream right now. Everything is possible, guys. You don't need a penny to be happy and to learn also. Okay, G4. G4 is the move. Magnus is not Carlsening is, yeah. पानी पूरी खाओगे नहीं खाना हो गया COB next season we would love to have. I would play F6 in a heartbeat. Black pieces are positioned better in the attack. Yeah, I do feel like it feels slightly safer a move like F6 to go for. And if E takes F6, E takes F6. Oh, you have to play E takes F6 because let's say you make a move like Rook F6. अरे नहीं sorry ये तो मर ही रहा है directly. तो EF6 the king is slightly weak over here. Imagine even if you take, if g5 feels natural, you want to open this thing, but it is not so good because the knight is going to jump, and at this point it's going to be very happy. So you need to again make an important capture with the h pawn, and we are maybe talking about such a position which looks more solid. But now try to go into deep calculation with g4. So g4 knight is attacked. There's no other square other than h2. You have to go here. Normally this is attack. Normally h5 is always, trying to fix. So h5 becomes natural. But g5 square is gone. Is there any other option? Maybe. Okay, but h5 we will try to see. This has happened. भाई जू जिनर क्या खेल रही है दिल जीत लिया unbelievable. Guys, this is definitely my dream that Zhu beats Magnus Carlsen. It would be amazing for the world of chess for women. So I think I'm absolutely rooting for her since before the tournament began. Generally, I'm always like, okay, anything can happen, but I don't even know Zhu. I have nothing to do with her directly. I've not even spoken with her. But I'm happy. I'm happy that she is showing her class, whatever, wherever this reaches the result. But h5 kilo, Zoo, go for h5. And now, okay, this square is gone. But is there a threat from black? Not immediately. Maybe, I think the threat is b6, a6, b5. And winning this pawn because you have kicked away one defender. For it to play f4 and allow gf3 looks ugly. Can I go a move like bishop g5? Not a good move. h5 is on the board. For Magnus, he is in slight trouble already against Zhu Jiner. 26 minutes for Magnus Carlsen. 22 moves to be made. But even Zhu is down to 20 minutes. But what we know is to convert anything against Magnus Carlsen into a winning position is like a marathon, an ultra marathon of what? Ultra marathon is of 50 kilometers or 100? Can't see Magnus losing. No, that's too far from that. I think this has to first. That we can only talk if Zhu gets any advantage, which is like minus 1.5 or 2 towards that. At this moment, slight edge is still just slight against Magnus. Kritish. Thank you, Kritish. Do you think Zhu can win this? At an objective level, it's like in general, I don't think anybody can win against Magnus. I can only after it happens, I'm like, oh, it happened. Okay, it can happen. So at an objective level, no, I don't think she can. But will she win? I would like to be wrong, and I would like that she actually beats him. We will over here come back over here because Magnus will take time. There's moves like Queen C1, F3, tough decisions, 2-3 minutes at least. He's gonna use quickly head. Let's head to the game of Arjun Erigaisi, and oh, he's clearly better. क्या बात है? King F2 हो गया, F5, King E3, and he took this practical decision. Fe4 was not a great idea. Takes, knight jumps to f6, looks good. No, now black feels like he's got his resources back. G5, I would be scared for such a move, but then the king has to also get into the game. It's end game. H3, the position was stabilized, yeah, for black. In some way he was doing okay, but if you try to look at it at a practical level, it still is like white's having beautiful squares, pawn structure being weak, the bishop still not getting something that it truly wants in life. The rook is active, but the other rook not much. King is better than this king. In general, if I was playing this game, I would not even assess it as equal. Like this, for me, would be +1. That is the level of advantage I will look at. But it's surprising it is equal here for some maybe specific reason. Oh, of course. Moves like c5 are there. Moves like rook a5, h5. These are all tough moves, guys. He played a much more natural move though, e5. And it's a big mistake by Van Foreest. 15 more moves to be made. And Arjun here can simply capture the pawn. D takes e5. And he asks him that, look, I have won a pawn. What was your plan here? For sure, if the pawn is given as a sacrifice, the plan is to attack it back. But do you first take and take? Then you don't have to knight d7. Which means you will try to go and look at knight d7 here. And attack this. Natural again to push the pawn and attack the knight here. So the knight will go to c5, again attack the pawn here. It's also forcing. The pawn goes to e7, saves itself. And now the rook is finally attacked. The rook attacks the pawn. So it continues. And at this point, maybe the thing, yeah? Maybe at this point, a move like, imagine a move like knight d. You can't save the pawn, by the way. There's no rook d7. And this is also attacked. If you move knight d3, then black will simply take and it's equal. So the move here is quite simple because you know what you want. So what's the move? White to play. Calling Jorden Van is the most disrespectful I have seen on any chess site. Oof. Okay. Did I call him Van? Let me know what Jorden I call him majorly, but sometimes in quick talks I could call him that. No disrespect meant in general. You have to try and not look at things as the disrespect. Yeah, people don't intend things. That's the problem with the world. Yes, Rook C1. Hey Siddharth, Savi, Dr. D. Sundar, Kritish, Harsh, Itachi, Karunya. Rook C1, the idea is you want to go Rook D7, but the knight was covering. So you make him capture this pawn and then you go Rook D7 because for sure the pawn on 7th rank values more than this A4 pawn. So Arjun has to capture this. And when he enters into such a variation for black, I don't even know, this is all forcing. How can he avoid? ये सब होने वाला है. Is there a better way? Oh, come on. You will have to give up your piece. Not really, because if I take with the bishop, rook e7, you may be recovering the piece. Ah, rook c4 is a blunder. Oh, nice tactic. Black to play. What will you do here? Oh, did it disconnect? Did my internet disconnect? Oh, wow. So many of you found it. The move is c5 and you are again deflecting a rook, but also fork. What a nice theme. Beautiful position. And that's how you might make a mistake. So, yeah, just for knight e4 over here. We've gone too much deep though. But the move is knight e4. And the move is not to capture the piece, but actually to defend the e7 pawn. And it's going into some crazy calculations. Do you think Jordan has missed something in this line? Okay. But can it be something which even Arjun will miss? Because after rook d7, for black, how does he think here? Like, does he go back with his knight to f6? Which white will be happy about? Because if you take here, then bishop c6 and you're winning. You're winning material. So how does black continue? Rook takes a4 if you take. Then there is bishop from h5. Oh, maybe he could miss such a move because this is coming like all of a sudden, like nowhere in the game it's happening. And suddenly it's coming. And if you don't play bishop h5, then black has time to be okay. Like now knight f6 is threatened. Aha. Like let's say you go rook takes b7, then knight d6, the rook is attacked. If you go rook c7, oh no, rook c7 you can't go. This is hanging. And then takes. I think this is what Jordan has calculated. This is move number 32. So he calculated like 7 moves. And this is a fine position. But on the 6th move, he has missed, 5th move, he has missed bishop h5. This is my guess. We will see. And if Arjun also misses bishop h5, then he may not capture it because there is another move which is decent enough, which is pushing the pawn to d5. Yes. Okay. So now we will go to the Magnus Carlsen's game. But it's an important decision, guys. We will come over here. Magnus after h5 has gone to 16 minutes. Lower on the clock. 23 moves to make. Big movement for him. What big movement at this game and big movement in Arjun's game also. Okay, what is happening? Okay, Van Foreest. Is that right? Big Bang. Tell me. What I have to say is, look, whenever you want to criticize, it's a nice thing to always find and intend well and suggest that this is not how you see it. You say it nicely. So the people will hear more whenever you say that, yeah? So just the way of people want to hear more advices when it comes with a good intent. It's as simple as that. So of course I don't want to say anything wrong, but unnecessary calling something disrespectful is not true because people don't know. Simple as that. Okay, h5 has been played. Hello, hello. Queen c1. He did not go for f3. I think this was a big decision whether to take a break or not. Also maybe a5, but he goes queen c1. And now for Zhu, there is a nice move. I don't know if it is tough or not. So black to play. Bolo bolo. Black to play. What is the move you are thinking of? Is this the part we say Magnus is getting old, but he still eventually wins tournaments? I think this tournament he cannot win. If he doesn't win this game, then definitely no chance. And after the one loss yesterday, I think it's already difficult, no? I doubt. Yes, I think this is the place where he's also. I don't exactly know about getting old, but if Magnus would be constantly playing classical chess, I think the situation might be different. But in a way, he's also happy to do a lot of other things. At the end of it, one thing is clear, guys. Nobody, that's the whole point about being grateful. Nobody can be good at what they do until the end moment of their life. Yeah. At some point, you are not going to be good at what you're good right now. So that transition will happen. But one thing you will always be able to be good is to be a good human being. That nobody can take away. But skills will be lost with age. Like that level of skills, I mean. Karthik says in Dutch surnames, van means of or from and is a preposition known as a Tussin voxel intermediate addition. It indicates an ancestor's place of origin, residence, or geographical feature. Okay, that is very nice information there to make me understand and make other people also understand. Nicely said. And the whole conclusion from this is to call him what? Jordan. Let's keep it simple. Jordan. Or Jorden van Foreest. All of it. Does it work? Let's go ahead now. Let's move on. And everything can be said without anything negative. So that works perfectly. Awesome. Thank you so much. And yes, Big Bang, I'll be taking care of. The move people have found is f5 and f6, and both of them are right. F5 and f6. Maybe f5 is the strongest one because it's like right now you take or it's gone. You know, the offer is gone. But if those many people want to also go king h7, I think already king h7 you don't want to play because it doesn't make sense. f6 she has played. f5 was stronger than f6 because here, if you don't, here after f6, if you don't take, there is this time, yeah. The tension white is happy to maintain. But if you would have gone f5, imagine the same thing like bishop h6, queen h6. If we reach a position like this, queen h5 is hanging. And here she had to calculate giving up the pawn, which I'm not sure how easy was it. Let me try to assess. Ooh, this one was a tough one. Tough one. Imagine black would be so better. But okay, she played f6 and bishop h6 immediately. No business taking here now. But what to play with black? Okay, rook f7 is a move. You take and king g7 so that you stopped queen h6. Makes complete sense. And now if you take, again if you take with the rook, either e5 and g5 squares are problematic. So you have to take with the pawn. And we might be reaching this position. Oh, very complex for the time they are using. Very complex. And Arjun Erigaisi has made a move. He played, he's played d5. Well done, Ajju bhai. सब कुछ clean, clear, calculated है. E6. Now no time needed. Big miss by Jordan. Aniket says, not sure why so many people suggested. Yeah, it was surprising. King h7 was, like, I think slightly missed bishop e4. Someone says, by the van in Hindi means one. Vana means forest. Uh-huh. That's a nice spot there. It can be like that as well. But Ajubhai, is he winning? Because guys, let's go to Andy Woodward versus Yas Khan, because that will determine whether Arjun will join the leader or not. So because here Yas has to win the game with the black pieces and beat him. F5 Aya takes Queen C1, and both of them are very low on time. 19 minutes for Andy and 10 minutes for Yaz. 22 moves to be made. Things look very much in control, but wait, what is this? Big threat incoming. Of course, you're gonna take queen. Wait, knight takes, bishop takes, you can just simply short castle. So if this goes into a draw, then Yaz and Arjun can be the leaders. So we come back to Arjun's game again and see what is Jordan feeling, because after a beautiful game with Magnus, you want to win the next game. It feels like you've beaten the best player. Now you are on a roll. So now not winning would be something you would like. He's not thinking about result anyway. But yeah. ADM says, thank you for giving us the platform to watch these brilliant players all over the world. Go ChessBase India. Thank you for watching. That's why we are streaming. Quickly move to Magnus's game, because here Jordan is going to just, reassess and think, what did I just do here? Rook f7 played by Zhu Jiner. At this moment, one more thing is important, that Zhu should not think for one move for like 10 minutes and suddenly create that imbalance where Magnus will get incredible confidence. So she should keep the time very, close to Magnus, or let Magnus think. F3. Oof, mistake. He did not take takes, or bishop d5 will not take. Okay, but f3 is a big mistake. Q. Kyunki. Guys. But Magnus ने miss किया, तो how much it's possible that she will actually. Yes, Vijay. Now king h7 makes sense, because there is no bishop e4 check. So for the bishop, it has to decide, yeah, take, or let's say if it has to go back. Now you get time to go f5. And in the whole drama, it was only black who benefited. Firstly, getting space over here. Secondly, having space in the center and good pieces, good knights. Thirdly, look at the knight. It has nowhere to go, nothing to do. The pieces are passive. And you are threatening a lot of ideas over here. Or maybe you just still keep control on the position, slow and steady, even these kind of ideas. So this is one option. If you take here, rook g7, ef6, ef6, this might be another thing which Magnus, if at all he's thinking, with the idea of bishop e4. The only thing in this situation is the assessment of the arising position. In general, the assessment as black is better with this huge advantage is not so clear. It is not like he's winning, she's winning material immediately, she has some tactics. It is just simply one of the key thing which is giving black the advantage is space advantage, which is, by the way, like when we talk about minor pieces, we talk about king safety, we talk about pawn structures. These are still in comparison the basic advantage. But then when we talk about the weak squares, we talk about space advantage, static versus dynamic. These are a little bit of more advanced level imbalances. And if you are already looking at those, you are a FIDE rated 1800 and above player. So, I think for Zhu Jiner, her assessment, how she's looking at this position for herself, is quite important sometimes for decision making. But yeah, Zhu has improved after the candidates, or Zhu was already playing really well in the candidates. Things did not work out, but I mean, this tournament I think will be game changer for her life. You know what? Also nice for Zhu is that even if she does not go king h7, what else can she play? Let's try to see. You guys suggest few more moves. Let's see if there is a mistake anywhere. In fact, f5 you play directly, not a problem. Oh no, bishop h8 she played because I thought there was another move, knight b4. Not a good idea. So she had to be okay with king h7, but she did not find. It's fine. The position is still a lot of pressure on black. But then your bishop exists here and king h7 is not going to be so easy. That does give some space even for the queen. Then a5 ideas. Oof. Okay, Magnus can wriggle out of this, yeah? What if fg4, hg4? But nothing immediately though. You know, because white wants some space, computer even suggests a move like bishop d5, which for me would be such a impossible move to consider. Like to give such a nice bishop, which gave so many times hope. Also, it's a good bishop, also beautiful diagonal, and it feels like it gives some shelter to the king. So a move like bishop d5 is very tough. Some trade is coming, a lot of pieces on the board. True, true. Now Judith once won against Magnus, but not in classical, no? Or was it classical? Ding played in China. Yeah, these are amazing squares, weak squares. Like if a knight sits on any of them very successfully, not over here because it's not attacking any weakness at this moment, but still, uh, e3, so then though it would be a monster. But Magnus has been 100%, we can be assured of one thing, that Zhu managed to bring Magnus in complete pressure, also time pressure, also position pressure, and she made him work very, very hard. No crusher. Like as we were talking, like when Magnus loses next game, will this be a crusher or not? And Zhu told him, no, not at all. No crusher. I'm the Jinner. There cannot be a crusher. She has been. Zhu OP ho jai guys, for until now the battle she has managed to create such excitement. So Zhu OP. EF6 is a move of understanding that controlling these squares are important. What about rook e4? Rook e4 over here, you wanted to attack this or what? Same problem, king h7 or f5. Rare to see all 32 pieces on the board, says Nitesh. Actually, that's a good point. First exchange, you know? Oh, at 21st move, we have the first exchange. Okay, we will also have a quick look at Arjun's game. Everything has happened, guys. Rook is even, and as we correctly had figured it out, The move which was missed by Jordan was after knight takes a4. Rook, no, it was after knight takes e4. Rook d7. Rook takes a4. And here is the move which was missed by Jordan, which is bishop h5. And you know, these are the chances. You take it, then it's all done. But these are missed many times because of their they're hard to see in the game. Nobody is coming at you and saying that, hey Arjun, look, there's a move here you have to find. Nothing of that sort. It is all about your sense to feel. Is there a move here? And how do you improve this sense and how do you improve this feel of the position? That wait, is there something? Is there something? Because nobody is telling you there is something. And that feel also improves as your level grows. And to help your level grow, you need this to consume a lot of knowledge, either in the form of like, you know, other material, or you have to play a lot of chess and analyze that and try to avoid and make not make the same mistakes. In general, it's the experiential knowledge. So whatever you would like, but oh, she played. Oops, wait a second. Let's go there. No, 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 no. That breaks my heart. Oof. Dil toot gaya, guys. Bishop f6 was not a good move, and before I was going to shift to Arjun, I was going to say, ki, you know, this does feel natural with your bishop being over here. And this might be another level of decision making which we understood not now, back then, where you had to capture with a pawn. Because the first time I saw e takes f6, I was like, oh, really? But when it was shown to me that okay, these squares are important to control, that was something because of engines. But I think it was maybe a tough decision. And now Magnus Carlsen is very happy, maybe celebrating already. Now just better, but such a big change. Yeah, one wrong capture because this pawn was an important element, an important force in controlling the g5 square. Now this pawn is not going to help you in any way. In fact, white's pieces are now regrouping. That is one thing. If you have space advantage, and if you do not use it well, then the space starts becoming a weakness. The space is basically created when you pushed your pawns, right? So that space which is a weakness, later the pawns also start becoming a weakness, everything crumbles. So it's very dynamic sometimes. Rook e4 incoming. Yep. That's also moved to, but rook e4 is just two attackers. Maybe it's then rook e4, queen d1. Maybe there would be other options also for you. Shall we go to full screen? Oops. Do you think there will be any brilliancy on the board of Magnus? I don't know. I don't think so. I think time pressure will maybe because you know the game carried a lot of pressure. And I think for Zhu it's going to be more difficult. When Magnus is slight edge, then it's gonna be difficult. Bishop g5. No, he did not go for anything like rook e4, rook e2. Yeah, rook e4, someone said knight c3. Well spotted. Because this is covered and you need to go back then and then you got time to go bishop d5. You would prefer to have a knight over here. So that's why when bishop d5 at that point we were looking at in that particular scenario, it worked because the knight was strong. So bishop g5 played, and now what can Zhu play here? Because what are the moves to think about? Magnus wants to take and get his queen maybe. So do you want to go king g7 here? Feels more natural to go king g7, but then rook f1 and still bishop d5 as a move constantly to attack, then deflect the thing to attack g4. Somehow I think main problem which is going to happen is g4 is isolated and there is no going to be a, now this knight is suddenly an attacker. You see, this knight was passive earlier, but now the knight is an attacker. Bishop h8. Yeah. Magnus can challenge the rook. Exchange some pieces. Does he feel it? Okay, let's have a quick look at Arjun Erigaisi here because he is inching closer to victory. Oh, rook a7. Oh, not knight takes e4, which was the only try. But then bishop h5 was anyway happening, rook a4, and Arjun is winning now. Rook d8 he has to go. He can even take the knight on c5, but either of the two moves he needs to play. He finds it. Rook d8 found on the board. करेगा तो करेगा क्या? You can't take over here. You can't. Yeah, you can. You have to defend. Maybe either defend now or give a check, but then this better to keep it attacked. So bishop g6. And if bishop g6, what's the next continuation here, guys? You can take the knight. He will take the knight. And white to player. Can you find a move? Beautiful move. White to play. Bolo bolo. Well, there are two moves, but I want a beautiful one. Oh my god. Or Yagiz Kaan has also blundered. But a quick move, rook f5 found by creative Kavish, Savi, Shaman, Rahul, Jamaluddin. Lovely, guys. Rook f4. You cannot take here because then there is check and you win. And then this is also happening. Oops. So rook f5 with the idea of rook f8, which is almost takes, unstoppable. And white would be winning here. So rook d8 and Arjun is winning. And let's quickly go to Yagiz Kaan. But while we went there, it seems the blunder which had happened, it's all again taken care of. What just went wrong? कहाँ पे blunder था, guys? You guys told me that there was a blunder. कुछ भी तो नहीं था. Okay. So this is going towards a draw. Arjun going towards becoming a leader. And Van Foreest there, sad. I think yesterday's game was a lot on him. Took a toll on the energy levels for sure. And going to Magnus Carlsen's game here. Bishop h8. He's gone knight f1. In fact, even why is everyone making a mistake over here, guys? Because chess cannot be played perfect. Andy blunder. On which move did Andy blunder? There was a transmission error. Now that makes sense. So it was always stable. Thank you, Sakar. I hope Zhu can at least get a draw, says Academic. Do you think that even when Magnus makes inaccurate moves, his opponents still perceive him as a threat because he's the best? 100% he's a threat. I mean, it's the truth that he's a threat. So bishop h8 and Magnus has gone knight f1, which is a very happy news for Zhu, because the whole point is some pressure on g4 is gone. And the knight is right now looking at maybe a long journey. I don't even know where. Maybe something like this. But at this moment, For Zhu Jiner to, find good moves is not an easy decision because to tell you the truth, a move rook d8, which is the best engine suggestion, I'm not going to think of it. What is the rook doing here? There is no open file. So this looks not natural to me. Knight c3 has always been existence, and only if you understand that this idea is important, it's certainly in my wish list. But the third move, which is knight e3, oh, she goes knight c3. Wow. Third move, knight e3. Yeah, I would not like it. So I like what Zhu has played on the board. 7 minutes to Magnus, 9 minutes to Zhu, 16 moves to be made. If Zhu Jiner wins, I will do 50 push ups, say study and chess. That's a good challenge, guys. What will you do if Zhu Jiner wins? We have to keep a challenge because, for Zhu Jiner to beat Magnus Carlsen, it would be like a epic move, like a forever moment in life, and it's not easy. So once again, she is getting an opportunity. Bishop d5. Finally, that bishop which had so many dreams when it came to e6, it stayed there patiently, and now it's like going to fly. Zhu, follow up with the plan. That's why you vacated this square. Magnus's aura feels like Harvey Specter from Suits. I haven't seen, but I first thought you were talking about Batman villain. हार्वी है ना उसका कुछ तो नाम. So Andy Woodward versus Yaz going for a draw, वो तो sure है. अर्जुन का game is going towards a win, वो भी sure है. Look at this. Oh, they finished. Resignation. Oh, he resigned क्या after rook d8 because कुछ है बचा ही नहीं है. Oh, 30 moves, almost a miniature. And that's the nice Quan Box logo on Arjun's blazer, yeah? The only thing is the left logo which is in front should be on the side. Okay. Anyway, let's go. Let's go to Magnus's game because that game is also over. वो तो draw हो रहा है. So this is the game of the moment here. Bishop d5 played. Well done. I want to go knight e4. कोई सवाल नहीं बनता है कि this is the whole journey. The night started from here. It's been a long night to reach here. Long night of travel. And then after knight e4, what a move! Black to play. No, you cannot find this move. I mean, I don't think in that pressure you can find this move. Black to play. No chance. Chat, you're not going to find it. I'm still asking you. Black to play. No chance. Oh. Wow. If something like this happens, it's like the beauty, like. But it's not going to happen. I just know it cannot happen. Natural would be. Yes, Mythic, Zawil. I think you guys checked Malik, Savi that she needs to find a move like Rook F3. Out of the blue, such a move coming on the board. How do you even make sense of it? Magnus पीछे जाता है तो I have to adjust a lot because then it's completely out of the camera frame. So rook f3 is like something he has to find. Guys, if she finds rook f3, I'm going to buy the person below the message Discord intro. पता नहीं. Guys, if Zhu wins this and if Zhu finds rook f3, क्या करोगे? All people who are studying for JEE, maybe they can right now leave the stream and go for study. Literally, I was calculating rook f3. अरे क्या बात है? Hard to believe some of the mistakes Magnus has made in the last 2 days. Easy to find for her, says Sakar. Like it, that you believe she can. I mean, she can, of course, but in the whole pressure, she can. If she wins, she will be the first woman to do so. Eating rice and watching chess. Wow, ऐसा लग रहा है eating popcorn and watching chess, but it's nice to hear that you're eating something healthier. Magnus is not good anymore. Yeah, I mean, in general, this is how exactly we have to not assess people. One bad tournament or one difficult tournament and then they are not good. ऐसा नहीं होता है. It will take some more time. He's not just he might be trying something else. I think Magnus will always be good. दिखा दो भाई अर्जुन जीत गए भाई लोग. कहाँ पे हो? Arjun has won his game and he most likely will be the joint leader along with Yaz, who is right now drawing the game. It's completely going towards a draw to show you over here. And this moment also 2 minutes for Yaz Kaan. Andy Woodward is having lot of time. 29th move, 11 moves to make. And Yaz will defend this, yaar. Uske liye this position is nothing. Coming back to Magnus Carlsen's game, because Rook F3, is this the moment of the day? I am guessing it's very tough to find. It's computerish. She will not go for that. But the question is, Queen F5 looks very natural for me to go for. Even I would look at Rook F8. No, but maybe Bishop H6 is there. First, I will also consider capturing what happens over here. Because if D takes E4, Bishop C4, BC4, you have spoiled a pawn structure and the knight jumps. You see, it's very tempting for me to calculate this. So Bishop E4 marna padega, and then this is what I was also looking at. If I take Rook E4, one wrong exchange. See guys, one wrong exchange in a situation, and now white is suddenly going to be happy with the queen coming to E1, and now maybe this knight is going to shift at some point. Rook E6, Rook G6. Kya nahi. So this is something for sure Zhu cannot get into. But these are kind of the mistakes which happen when you play against the GOAT Magnus Carlsen. If Zhu wants to win right now, she needs to, take this character of a GOAT. GOAT. I wanted to say Avengers, but I don't know why I said GOAT. I think because of Magnus Carlsen. Stay hydrated, guys, because no. Exactly what I was fearing. A happy exchange. Exactly. It's like in life, let's say you're confused, you have 10 things to do, and you will decide which ones to not do at all. Those one or two things, and they're the wrong decisions, because later you feel that, oh, I would have been so happy doing that. But anyway, regretting is never good. So whatever you're doing, it's for the best. Rook F8 happened here. White is very happy with a double bishop advantage, with a weak king, with bishop coming in, with queen coming in. Isn't it a dream for Magnus Carlsen? Like, I'm sure here he understands that he is happy. Another thing is, after bishop h6, let's say I want an intermezzo. Every time I give up my knight, in general, not just this pawn is weak, but the rook and the queen are coming together. It slipped away, guys. It slipped away. Anika Levy is so unhappy. Somewhere he was recording and then she sacrificed the rook. No, it's a bit hard. Position was complex only. It's not like even Kasparov would hesitate playing rook f3. Maybe we need to revive Tal, says Mythic. You are right, it wasn't easy. Don't worry, be happy. What What if she gives the check with a rook? Which check? Rook से तो कोई check नहीं आ रहा है. It's just a matter of time until these pieces come together. You've seen black's pieces trying to coordinate it, but if white's pieces coordinate, then ये space का तो कुछ है ही नहीं. Just have an observation, guys. These are 2 versus 1. And that too, this is a passer. Like, just you have to observe. Right now, whether it's useful information or not is not important. At some point, whether it will be useful, we will know. He's missed a ton in the last 2 games. Yeah, it's possible that even Magnus can make mistakes because it's a difficult position. But one thing I can see that he is enjoying, and right now it's not even anything to do with who's the opponent. He's not looking at Zhu Jiner's rating, which is 2546. Magnus is 2840, almost 300 points below him. But what a fighter Zhu is. Like, with the black pieces here, to get such amazing play by her until this point was still something I would say that hats off. Bishop h6 found by Magnus, and now it's very difficult because you want to go bishop g7 and then there will be queen g5 jumping in. So that's one problem. If you don't go bishop g7, if you try to move the rook, then also queen g5 check. At the end of it, you have to go with this. Bishop comes to g6. So no time. And then the best move is queen c7. Because now it's bishop f8. Over. Queen check. King h1. Rook f2. Boom bam. Boom bam. And boom bam. So that's why bishop h6 ko queen c7 intermezzo is nice. If you give a check, nahi yaar. It is impossible to find it in the game. But if Zhu finds a move like queen c7, everybody, another 10 push-ups immediately. Ten push-ups. Yeah, all the lazy fellows who have not exercised for last 3 days. You need to really get going. Ten push-ups easy. Not easy for people who are not exercising. Okay, for those who it is easy, maybe 30 push-ups. Wow! Guys, get going for your push-ups. Arey, Zhu Jiner, beach mein, still there. It's not like she's collapsing, which is again a very easy thing possible when you're playing against this Magnus Carlsen guy. But queen c7, love it, Zhu. Love it. Keep going. You still have the chance. Still mistakes are possible from white. Let's go. Come on, guys. Push-ups. All those lazy fellows, go there. Get out of your chair or your bed. I'm a footballer. I always exercise. Lovely. क्या खेला? नहीं, सिर्फ लिखा. मजा आ रहा है यार ये गेम में. 28 moves, 12 moves to make, and 4 minutes 33 seconds for Magnus Carlsen. The game is going to reach like 7-8 moves under 30 seconds, both of them, and a lot of mistakes we are going to see here. Unless Magnus surprises and, from this moment suddenly stops making any sort of errors. Taekwondo player here, I do more exercise. Arey, I did my push-ups. Wow, N-Bill, proud of you. I'm doing it, but how do I show? Just, take a screenshot of Zhu Jiner and versus Magnus Carlsen, put on Instagram, and put your video and tag ChessBase India in the story. Take. If it's a draw, you will prank call Sagar. Okay. Yes, Boggy. He has to pick it up, but We'll try. But this is such fun. I'm absolutely like Zhu Jiner. Okay, big fan. I'm now her big fan. We always root for underdogs. That's true, Zawi. Though I don't when people play against Magnus. Not for all. But Zhu is crazy. Okay, let's look at the position. Queen Magnus did not expect this move. Maybe he even missed this move. Maybe he even gets shocked. Oh my god, did I miss something big? Here, Queen G5 check is the move he can play, and Bishop F4 is another move which he can play, but which he will try to be a bit scared. The reason is, here considering exchange sack is very easy because you know Petrosian, right? That guy in the past, in the heavens right now. So, Rook F4, and Black does feel that she has compensation. So I think Queen G5 he will calculate, which is quite easy. Now Rook is G7. How tough is this move? Yeah, he's given a check. Because if Bishop G7 then it's lost. Over. Because of Queen G4. ठीक है, pawn मिल गया. 2 pawns, passers, lovely position, nothing much. This guy is very valuable. It may not be gold, but it's silver. And she understands that. So Rook G7. She attacks the rook and defends the pawn. But if bishop g7, the important thing is the intermezzo. You know, in between time which you've got is queen g3 check. And is it perpetual? Oh my god. Even that would be epic. Like, epic. Bishop g7. Oh, queen g3. Guys, it's gonna be a draw. No, wait. Too early. There's bishop g2 move which we have missed. So she will give a check, which she did. And then there is bishop g2. So if king h1, it's a draw. So it's the ball is in Magnus's court. If bishop g2, bishop g7, he still has the edge. Of course, he's not gonna go for a draw. Come on, am I an idiot? Like, of course I'm an idiot, but he's not gonna go for a draw. 2,300 people like the stream, guys. Bishop g2. See? But at least the position is highly complex. What a game. Okay. So once again, we are back to a situation where if Magnus makes a mistake, he might even land up in trouble. He needs to get the king out of the pin, or he needs to challenge the rook with rook f1 because black doesn't have a rook and you want to try and take the open file and you know the king is weak and you want to go h5 6, but carefully because right now if you play a move like h5, game over. Black's rook is coming in and all mating net is happening. So that's the threat. You can go king h1 though, because now if rook f2, rook g1, I'm sure Magnus would not like it. And that's why to stop opponent's threat, rook f1 is an obvious move for Magnus Carlsen. Oh, he will have to calculate the move knight e2 though. For king h1, knight f4. अरे यार, ये तो रूक्स एक्सचेंज नहीं हो रहा है मतलब. Deadly attack by Zhu Jiner and also deadly attack by Magnus Carlsen. Both are attacking, guys. Nobody is defending here. No other games right now. This is the most critical game. Arjun has beaten Jorden van Foreest. Nils versus Nodirbek is a draw. Yagiz versus Andy Woodward, it was a draw. But wait a second. Is he winning? Oh my god! Andy Woodward is beating Yagiz Kaan. 5 more moves to make. Maybe a blunder has happened. Wait a second. I have to show you this one for a few seconds. And look at Yagiz, he's crying. Oh. Because it seems he missed something really huge. b4 was a blunder. He did ab4, and if queen b4, what's immediately happening? I don't even know. h5. Oh, this is simply like he has to convert it with 1 pawn and so on. But Yaz is losing, which means that Arjun can become a sole leader. But at this moment, we are going to focus on this game, guys. Magnus Carlsen now to 40 seconds. Khelo, Magnus, khelo. Zhu has 3 minutes on the clock. Rook f1. He's going for it. He understands it's very important to go rook f1. I think I'll stay on this one because that one is going to go on after 40 moves and we'll look at that. 19. Tough decisions there on the board. He goes king h1. He was almost about to play rook f1, guys. He took his hand to the rook. Then he hesitated. And then he went for king h1. It's a good sign. You must again only move rook f2. If she doesn't go rook f2, then she will be slow. She will miss the train, guys. She has to go rook f2. But don't think, Zhu, you have this important 2 minutes, 3 minutes advantage. And study says I just did my 70 push-ups. Well done. Now time for 100 crunches, guys. If Zhu draws this. Youngster Yaz, at this age, emotions run high. Absolutely no fever stroke. I cannot relax here. It is impossible to relax. I have not seen something like this. You know, it's amazing to see something like this. Rook f2 played. 8 more moves to do. Rook g1. Again only move. But this one, this is a tough one now, guys. A tough one here. She needs to find the next move. Can you have any suggestion? I think it's very tough. Imagine you want to go knight e2, yeah? And then is a check. So if you want to stop your opponent's threat, then you want to move the king. But where do you move the king? Not on the light square, so that those are discarded. And you want to tuck the king to h8. But then comes the queen h5 check. And for king g1 again, king g8 again, bishop d5 check. So only move is king f8. Oh my god. It's through method of elimination. It's called method of elimination. But you know, as we have discussed, when you have very less time, method of elimination is going to take this physical time. It's not about calculation. So can she be very quick and do it? Because otherwise it's gone. It's like very difficult. She might go e6, you know. This is natural. But then Magnus gets rook f1 and much happier. He's much happier. And then I think it's difficult. If she plays king f8, it's still a fight. Succession of blunders in Kaan game. Oh, yes. Oh, again Andy blundered. Okay. Arey. Take care. Andy blundered, it's a draw now. Is Andy crying now? Raj Sindar, the question. Did you have to hold back your tears? It's like, what? Funny thing was to convert that in English was very difficult when he didn't understand. He said, can you, like, I also messed it up with converting it into English. Will Zhu find king f8? Yes, guys, what's your guess? She will come down to 10 seconds. I hope she finds king f8. Yeah, if she finds king f8, 20 crunches now. Tough move, tough move. No, this one is a bit hard, I feel. e6 is more natural. Be realistic. Be realistic, this was expected. Ah. Okay, but it's not like it's completely lost. But what we are saying is for Magnus, this advantage is huge. But you never know, because today Magnus has also made some errors, some inaccuracies. But now if rook a f1, which is the move Magnus needs to play, obviously he will play, because if he doesn't, he's in simply trouble. The question is, how do you still continue? Like knight e2, rook f2, queen f2. Now queen g1 is a mate threat. The rook needs to move. This can't go here because knight g3 and a fork. Can't go here, so rook d1. Once again, what do you do? Because h5, h6 is threat, so king f8 is always in the scene, yeah? Look, he's ready with rook f1 with very huge calmness. So here, if you don't play king f1, let's say you get attracted to knight g3, king goes over here. And now even if you get attracted to attacking h4, queen takes, knight takes h4 is not possible, e6 is hanging. King f8 was if anyway necessary, then you understand that the move e6 became useless, right? It became useless. That was the biggest problem. Like she needed to go there. Like timing, guys. Lot about chess and life is about timing. Many of you might have experienced this. Oh, rook a1. Okay. So king f8 has to be played a b. If king f8 is not played, then it's over. But for king f8, she has to consider if queen takes g4, bishop f6, that is also chaotic. We'll enjoy. It's all chaotic now. Both the knights are just chilling. Yeah, that's such a good statement, Boggy, because these knights are like, okay, we'll watch the show there. They're happy with the popcorns in hand. They call it madness. Yeah. I think one thing, no matter what is going to be there, that she's going to be very happy about the game. Fighting with the goat at an equal level here. This will boost her confidence like anything. It's 10 p.m. in India. Check. No, I knew it. King f8 is tough. If King f8 was there, then she would have played it earlier. It's the move she. There are sometimes some moves which you just don't consider them. They just don't fall in the whole landscape of your calculation, you know. And Magnus, while he will reach the 40th move, he will be winning. That's how it will be. Queen g4. He'll simply capture the pawn. Once this guy is off the board, it has been annoying. It has been monstrous. Zhu, who doesn't react much, also shook her head. Very slight, but good enough for, the expression to understand. Good fight by Zhu, though. Absolutely pencil. Yeah, elite players miss such moves because it's not just if you give them the position and tell them black to play, they solve it quickly. But there is a sequence which is generally going on in your mind in calculation, like how Jordan also missed suddenly bishop h5. It is a move which is not very usual, but it's the best move. Still, she could have found it because a move like queen c7 she found was very tough. Even Magnus had missed it. But yeah, what to do? Sometimes it's just one miss and you can't help it. It's you have to make many good moves. Yeah, when you want to beat the top players, it's like they say you have to keep making good moves all your game. Rook f3 was tough. I would like it was very, very tough. And now, yeah, now white has everything needed in life. All the basic needs, all the privileges from Mercedes, Audi, uh, house, family, everything. white is having on the board. Knight d8. 40th move for Magnus. He just one move. He has to make sure not to blunder. But yeah, Magnus today also is Magnus Lal. Super red. The thing is, in time pressure, if they had around 30 minutes, the situation would be differently. Yeah. Certain moves, I still think whether you have a lot of time or you have less time, they just, you don't think about them. More like they're not your type, you know. There are certain moves, just like not your type. Could have been Judith Polgar beating Kasparov moment. 40th move done by Magnus. Rookie 2. +4 as an evaluation. You can easily see also the way he presses the clock. He now gets up and he knows also Zhu knows she's losing. Yeah, I'm sure this game is going to be ending very, very soon. But let's move to Yas Khan right now and see what's happening here. This is a slanting camera. Let me take the... Oh, it's a draw. I think I have to just transform it a bit. And give me one moment. Yep. So yeah, Yas Khan is playing against Andy Woodward, and then they also are at 41st move. And Yas is a pawn down, just have to be a bit careful. Indian says it's a draw, but it does seem like it's gonna go on and on and on and on. I don't know for how long. So we'll come back here. I think I need to sit now. It was a lot of pressure. As I realize. Flash moments. This is the stream for the Tepe Sigeman tournament. Acha, flash moments. You might be telling somebody else. Got it. And we have not followed there at this moment. First game it was a draw, but right now we are looking at this. We are very happy, no guys. How are you feeling? Like after looking at the whole play, I am very happy how Zoo fought, and also I can be realistic that certain moves to find was like they were not obvious misses. They were tough moves which were missed. I'll come a moment. Yeah. So they were tough ones which you have missed. And it was like a lot of study. Like it was like all the books which come to my mind were like Attack and Defense by Jakob Agard. Then there are all just type attack in our shop which is pinned. You'll find more. Also even Gukesh's attack video course with its video course tactics. They're tough moves. I think it was a very tough game. Magnus usually will not still see him in such a position, such a situation where there will be these these level of errors, but the position was so tough. Resignation there, and there is a sigh of relief for Magnus Carlsen, in fact. And Zhu is like wondering where she went wrong. I think Magnus is very, very, you know, this game has been quite tiring in general. Like, I don't know, maybe. Like, it was a complex game. I don't think it was very clear. Queen b6? Ah, knight b6. Oh, yeah, knight b6. He tells her that knight b6 didn't feel like a good move. D5, and is he showing about. Oh, rook f3? Was it rook f3? But yeah, look at him. He was so much under pressure, man. So much. Insane. Oof. Well, and the only game remains, guys. The only game remains Yaz versus Andy Woodward. The two young fellows fighting till the end of the day. Nice game. Zoo OP in the chat, guys. We are 2300 people. Can we at least get a few Zoo OP in the chat? Zoopy. I just saw the big four toothbrushes in the background. Yep. Can show you the toothbrushes because Tepe Sigeman, they have dental products and they have some very nice toothbrushes, guys. If you are in Sweden, maybe you might be already using their stuff, or if not, you might want to try. Thank you, guys. Zoo OP in the chat. देख के मजा आ रहा है. Send all the hearts and wishes for her so that she can next time beat players like such top players, basically. Yes, Zoo is very beautiful. Now, coming back to reality, is this possible for white to win? Is a question. What do you think? Can I have that toothbrush? No studies. I think your name says studies and chess. You have to go a long way to study and to do chess. Has he offered a draw or what? He's looking at him. Nope. So then, after you have studied and you get a job, you will be able to buy your own toothbrush. You will be able to travel to Sweden and to get a Tepe uh, toothbrush. That would be nice. Arey, which message? Did I miss? Ah, no, I don't want to. Like, right now, I've not followed it. I'm here. Maybe it's easier for you to go and check. No one leeches. Zoo ओपी zoo ओपी बीच बीच में आ रहा है. समर को और समय को और सागर को स्ट्रीम पे बुलाओ. I guess both are busy. It's like as if I'm gonna take a 10-second break just by being quiet, and then we will start with this game. The earlier game was a lot to process. Lot happened. We were all very excited for also the chess which was happening, and also the possibility of Zoo beating Magnus, or even perpetual with Magnus. Chris says, "Well done, Zoo. That was very exciting. Great commentary, Amrute. Thank you, Chris." How to handle pressure of chess match? It's a good question because firstly you need to be in that situation again and again of feeling the pressure. How much ever you prepare theoretically, it's more of a practical and experiential thing handling pressure. And secondly, when pressure reduces, when you are not thinking about what will happen to your game, the result, you are in that moment calculating. Oh, look who's calling! Yay! Hello?
But I'm not, I'm listening to you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're not busy. But you're busy listening to me, no?
Yeah. No, I was listening to your commentary. I also did Zoo OP and
Oh,
I was so great work. And I had a good first day here in Warsaw. And I will be doing more coverage and videos and everything in the night. But right now I have to go somewhere. But I just want to say congrats for covering Sigeman. It's amazing. Whenever I get time, I tune in and I enjoy your commentary.
अरे थैंक यू सागर और व्हाट अ डे यार इतना मजा आया जू वर्सेस मैग्नस इट वाज अ हाईलाइट टू गुड मतलब टू गुड
Wow. Wow.
yes I'll tell you more about it but right now thanks for popping in and how did we miss that you wrote zoo op
No, I didn't write. I just said in my mind.
okay okay wonderful sagar okay you take care and all the best to you
Okay. Bye.
bye
Love you, chat. See you. Tata.
अरे ये कैसे एंड में एकदम शिफ्ट ही कर दिया मैंने सोचा and guys that was Sagar Shah from Warsaw Poland at GCT and calling us over here to say hi to all of you guys 1300 people watching right now so very nice of him we did miss Harshit bhai today I think he might have gone to the barber if at all the haircut needed some updates I challenged my younger sister that Zoo wins, I should take 20 push ups. Yes, but I think she played so well that you can at least do 10 push ups. You know, Ayan, go for it. Go for it. Now I'm back to this game. We are gonna be shifting over here. Our attention. Yeah, somehow is not very happy because he knows that this is like a lifelong defense he needs to do. So Queen E4 he has played. How realistic it can be for white to put him in a very difficult situation, or is it theoretically draw? Theoretical draw doesn't matter. You know, there are many theoretical draws, but at the end, it's all about breaking, like leaving your, uh, losing your nerves. So, check is given. Let me just try to make some moves. Suppose king f6. Oops. Let me not try to make some moves, guys. Well, this one is simple anyway. I was going to give a check. No, I'm just checking what's happening. King goes to e6. And here, if white goes for an important move, then he is winning. Which is that move? White to play. Okay, of course he goes king h7. And the move is, nope, not queen g8 check. Not queen g6 check. To improve your king and to get it from here. Because there's no check. There's everything is defended, yeah? So I don't know what to play. Like if I give a check, this comes here and like my king is coming here. So this is a very good situation where check and I'll collect the pawn. So he goes king h7. Of course, he's not going to allow that. King h2 played. At this moment, if you go king h4 again, there is check. Have they repeated any time? Like let's say this was the 40. 40th move, like takes, f4 was played. And now he goes queen e6. No chance. Okay. So you can't go here because there is check. If you would have gone, I still have a doubt in my mind. If I go here, you can't give a check, right? Or you can. Yeah, because you can't even go here, there is check. And if you go here, guys, checkmate. Look at this back rank mate in a way. Just shift the board and you will realize when this controls, and this is occupied. The three squares are like the back rank. So, ऐसा checkmate हो गया. So king h2 played, king h6, and I don't know if Andy is going to repeat over here or does he give a check and then he can go king g3, check, king h4, check, king h5. But now after check, you don't have queen g4 and you have no progress. So then you're getting kind of... I would like to bring my king from the other side also. King g1, let's... Oh, but he's repeating. He's a check? Not really. But that means that if Yaz draws this, we'll have Arjun and Yaz as leaders. Arjun are doing well, huh? And Arjun playing Zhu Jiner tomorrow. I guess so. I might... One thing is sure, Arjun is playing Zhu Jiner either tomorrow or day after. But most likely tomorrow. Who is Magnus playing there? I know... Oh, Magnus is playing Andy Woodward and... these two guys, yeah, are left for Magnus. So 2 more rounds left and 2 youngsters. Wow, now that's not gonna be easy for Magnus, especially with Yaz. Magnus has not been in his best element here, that's for sure. And Yaz actually has been in his best element. So, but Magnus had this one thing in him, yeah. When he's playing with these youngsters, he's extra motivated. Like at that time back then, when Ali Reza was this upcoming guy, Magnus would be so excited to play with him. He really enjoys that. He's not like scared because they are talents and youngsters. He actually wants that. So that attitude, I think, is amazing. What Magnus has, because I think many of you who are slightly older and in terms of, I mean, you're not youngsters, not necessarily older or something. They were like, oh, I'll be playing with a little kid, I'll be playing with a upcoming player, and you feel scared. But instead of that, it can maybe get exciting learning from Magnus. Laser game says I am 11. So yeah, whenever you play against 5, 6 year olds, you don't have to be scared. If you play with Anish Sarkar, you don't have to be scared. To tell you the truth. Queen goes to f2. Okay, he's trying. At least no quick draw. That's good to know. It's like you put all your, sweat and blood in this to try every possibility to work it out. I think that's where you become a problem solver in life, no? Otherwise, it's like, अरे यार ये आ गया, this is मेरे से तो नहीं हो रहा है. Very easy to cry. Crying is easy. Laughing takes effort. Abhishek Singh, thank you for your super chat, bhai. You didn't write anything. But Bhavana पहुंच गए. Magnus enjoys playing with Prague also. Yaz will face Magnus in the last round, correct. and Andy Woodward tomorrow with Magnus. What do you think, guys? If you are playing against a stronger opponent, if you are black, and let's say you're playing 500 points higher rated than your rating, do you think you will blunder at some point? Sindara Gukesh is happening tomorrow, and we will look at that. So he's trying to bring the queen from this side. Okay, let's understand. I do nothing. I go king h5. The point is that I need to keep this protected. I go queen d6. Give a check, king h2, no check. Fine. Oh, there's black to play. दिल खुश हो गया. दिल खुश हो गया. ब्लैक टू प्ले. बता रही हूँ, कोशिश करो, ढूंढो, जागो. लेट्स गो. यू विल बी हैप्पी हैप्पी. Seems nobody wants to be happy. मिल नहीं रहा है क्या? ऐसे बोलो. अच्छा, लैग था शायद से इसके लिए. क्रिएटिव कविश, अनुभव, आनिया, आइकान शारोरा. Well done. Give your queen for free. Queen g3 check. Just as I said, there's no check. This was the check. King g3 and a stalemate. Nice pattern there, huh? Very cool pattern. If it ends in a stalemate, it will be a lot of fun. It's very highly possible that is. Next move is this. Oh, and Yaz is tricky. He's gonna go king h5. I'm sure it's possible to miss this idea. Then it's over very soon. If Woodward wins today, Arjun will be the sole leader, but that's not happening. That's not happening, guys, because I don't see a way to break through. Like we saw King H5, and now other than Queen D6 was a beautiful draw. But if not Queen D6, how do I even progress? This is hanging. There's a check. You go back. Now check. Still King H5. I'm just trying to see if I make anything which is a blunder, but no. Array King H6. He didn't go for that. Okay. Okay, let's see. Neera says, I always feel more stressed about getting checkmated in winning position than getting checkmated in losing position. Stalemated in winning position, then getting checkmated in losing position. Yeah, because there your half a point is at stake. Anubhav says, my FIDE rating is 1652. Wow. How should I improve further? How many hours you're gonna put in every day? What is the material you like to consume? Books or videos? We did have a very big discussion in between there, after which we did pin the link. I can repeat a few things maybe, but you can also help in what way you would like to work. How is Yaz looking so thin compared to Tata Steel? Yeah, he's become taller. He must have become taller, Sagar mentioned. As a Petrosian fan, the Zhu Jiner game was very instructive, says Clay Dion. Yeah, the Rook F3 ideas, and those were like there are obviously some obvious exchange sacrifices which we'll make after studying. But that Rook F3 was not that kind of a one, because even Magnus had allowed it in some sense. So um, I believe the assessment both the players made was slightly not in favor of black, or it was very difficult to assess, I would say. But yeah, many of you, like exactly 1600 and 1700, these kind of players, like you see Petrosian's game and you know that you learn the art of exchange sacrifice, you know. So in my life, like I exchange sacrifice was something which was my favorite. And yeah, Petrosian games definitely inspire you for that. You start understanding the value of when the rook and bishop, basically when the material really matters, and that piece activity is another thing. So for piece activity at this stage, you have to see a lot of games, also right moment of exchanges, right timing of exchanges. Oh, maybe. Okay, he went king h2. Now queen e3. So if he goes queen e3, then he's threatening queen g3. But if he no, the problem is now if he goes queen e3, okay, there's no check, no problem. Oh wow, we have hi from Russia, Orsk, the home city of Goryachkina. That's so nice to know because she was there in candidates and such a strong player. Lovely. Actually, every day people ask a lot of improvement questions. Maybe a good idea tomorrow can do is to have the some of the answers and pin the message. Or is it too much, guys? What would you suggest? Some absolute easy suggestions I can pin the message. Okay. Yes, do it, says Shaurya. And pin the message about extremely, not a fixed thing, tricky thing. It all depends on which course, how busy is he. Then he takes out time for you, and that's why his charges are different because the demand for him is a lot and so on. Um, there's nothing specific. Then there are students who've done well, the fee increases because many people ask them. So the idea is to not take everybody, so the fee is higher because not everybody can pay. And yeah, maybe you can just write to me, or if you've written, then you can remind me there. I'll reply to you. I'll message you. Why is he getting stressed? Yes, this is all good for you. You look a bit worried, but you don't have to. You have 18 minutes on the clock. That's a lot. Yes, what a day of chess. What's her name? Fendi Fury. Do you enjoy chess variants like Crazy House? I've not played a variant. I enjoyed one which I used to play a lot. So it's like if you like if you play normal, like you start normally, but if your knight goes to f3, then it's whichever file it will be, it will become that piece. So it's a bishop. It's actually very complex. Then if your knight goes over here, it will become a rook. So bishop going here, it will become a knight. So that one we used to play. And I think maybe queen stayed what it was, if I'm not wrong. That one I really enjoyed. I don't know what it is called. Yes, sure. James Novik. Oh, until now I thought you're from India. James, nice. James Bond. Erigaisi and Erdogmus lead the standing. Yeah, they're like to her is human. Doesn't fit for us. Very interesting variant. Never heard of it. No, it's called something. It's slightly it doesn't make chess easy though, like anti chess and so on. I used to play in my childhood anti chess, and then the coach told, "Hey, don't do it. Your game will get affected." Yes. Wow, it feels like in this position, Yaz is calculating like a machine with so many ideas. And that's why he's the most talented player, yeah? Amazing, amazing. Love your dedication. Arey, thank you, Stochastic. Which old rule? Did you ever play chess by old Indian rules where pawn can't move two steps and promotion of pawn depends on which file it is on? You mean in my past life? Or when? Which was this rule? I don't even know this. Oh, you're born in California and now live near Charlotte. Ah, okay. So we're meeting. Currently, I'm working on Yusupov series and I've completed Bobby Fischer Best 60 Games book and Silmans. Are Anubhav, that is awesome to know. You are working on where have you reached? Like it's build up your chess, boost your chess, and then chess evolution. Yeah, these three plus revision. It's like a 1 year course. Yusupov would say would recommend 1 month for one book. Oh my God, he's like just music is required for Yaz game. He's moving, there is music, he's calculating, there are gestures. I don't think I need to really do any special commentary. That's why I'm talking to you all. So it's amazing that you did that. You can also look at wait, let me look at my books. Yeah, this one I have, which is Small Steps to Giant Improvement. It's by Sam. Mastering Past Pawn Play. Uh, You're looking at Build Up Your Chess Wala series, the Used to Post series. Nice. Then there is Thinking Inside the Box is also a very nice move, a nice book. Is making sure not to make any sort of error. There's always this pressure, right? So it's like if you're walking in a forest at night, you always have to be careful for snakes or panthers or tigers and so on. So thinking inside the contents are look simple but difficult. The psychology of chess improvement. Who are you? Decision making. 4 types of decision. Simple decisions. What is calculation? Abstract thinking. Strategic concepts. Dynamic strategic concepts. Openings. Analyze your own games. And training methods. And then there is appendices which are nutrition. Advanced engine management. And then there is cheat sheet. What is cheat sheet? Did the cheaty tell to make the cheat sheet? Elvis has left the building. Nice. Training methods also he has given. There are many ways to improve your chess. Use the ones that work for you, says Jacob. As many of them as you can. Here are 10 methods you can consider. Okay, let's add a bonus option because you have been a good boy. And he says solve exercise and studies, analyze games, play out training positions, work on your openings, memorization, read books, work on your blindfold abilities, play training games. So playing training games and training positions is different. This we used to do a lot. So Sagar would uh, play on a position and I would put an engine and I would play with bit of human plus engine and play against him. So he's playing against a stronger level and that was quite helpful, yeah. Follow games online, work with other people, play strong tournaments. So this is a very nice book, Thinking Inside the Box in general. This was just the last page I read. But in general, you get better. No, you enjoy your training more. You do more. You get better. You get better. So he's made an improvement circle. And then what is calculation? That's okay, but the most important thing, guys, which I will show you, and I don't know if Sagar has shown you, is also this one. Oopsie. Look at who is here. That's Sagar, that's me, and that's Yako Bagad. And we were at this, whole long training sessions of 2 weeks where Jakob was training and there were these sheets and people were solving and we traveled to like in a span of I don't know how many days was it maybe 10, 12 days or something, but we went to like 7, 8 places. It was insane. What are your favorite chess books? That's a nice question. My system is definitely one of my favorites, Nimzowitsch. Then chess structures, I've mentioned about that. Calculation by Jakob Bagard. Silman's Endgame and Silman's Reassess. Amateur to IM was very good. I guess Imagination in Chess, really loved it. This we don't have it in our shop. You can check out somewhere else. There's another book which very hard, comparatively very hard. Perfect Your Chess. Volo Kitten. That's also amazing, but it's very tough that way. Don't recommend if below 2000. And at that point of time, what? Yeah, positional play, positional sacrifices, these kind of books. But I think I also was a bit like before that there were books like Think Like a Grandmaster by Kotov, Pawn Structure Chess. So those my great predecessors were there. I had this Bobby Fischer 62 memorial, my 60 memorial games. What's the name? Where did I go blank? Is that correct? So yeah, I think 100 endgames we must know, and all these are new, and these are like I've seen them and they're really good, very nice ones. But if you talk about what I've studied, because that time I was a chess player earlier, and those were slightly different. But of course, even positional decision making. Oh, Python strategy. It has such creative positions. So sometimes I think the way you look at chess also matters. Like for me, I want to do like some positions which are so creative, such different way of thinking is required. And even if you sometimes you find answer, you're super happy. Even if you don't, like, you feel wow, it feels beautiful and just makes you fall in love with chess. So uh that kind of a thing, if you really like. Yep. नॉन चेस बुक्स, अरे बाप रे, फिर तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा बात किया. यू आर अलाउड टू यूज चीट शीट्स इन कॉलेज बट विथ वन कंडीशन, नो मैग्नीफाइंग ग्लास अलाउड. Uh-huh, got it. In small towns in India they used to play. No problem. Wow, I'm 24, 27 on leeches. Am I overrated? Yeah, little bit. Because look at your FIDE rating is 1600 and you're 2400, no? So definitely. I just know that it's gonna end in a stalemate scenario, and that's going to be a lot of fun. Check. Booking H5. Good chance here. But also photographic draw, guys. You will look at it. I miss the COVID. I was 12, 13 and used to watch Samay Sagar, COB and all. Oh, I'm 800 hello. My dream is to 2000. Abhi sab tips diya. I'm 25, 22 on leeches. Yes, you're very strong, yeah, over here. But then go and play a tournament, no? If you're so strong, my first tip is to go and play some tournament. Right now, in the next 2 months, there's some many tournaments happening. A circuit, Ahmedabad, there's in June, Orissa, there's in Mumbai tournament happening. A lot of tournaments are happening. So check it out. Just play, get an experience. It would be great. Standings अभी तो चल रहा है ना at this moment, and this is one of the leaders, so not a point. Is force trading win a win for 2 points? Yes. Queens traded, white wins. Zeroed out. JE advanced in 10 days. Okay, go and study. All the best. King G6 को क्यों सोच रहा है? Because what is he worried about? Firstly, and I try to take the queen here. Maybe queen B8. If you try to go queen e3 with the threat of check, and let's say I try to give you a check. Check. This is exactly the moment to go wrong, yeah? So like check, king goes here. No, maybe not that check. Maybe this check. King e6, queen g6, and then because you left the pawn alone, such ideas will be possible. So better to be, oh, queen e5. Can't take here, it's lost. One extra pawn and you are very happy. Just bring your king and yep. Jackson says, Amrita, seeing after a long time, it's so amazing how haircut makes human totally different looking person. Yes, absolutely. Haircuts are important. We feel some change. We go for some change. We take risks. Doesn't matter how it looks. I think it's good. It's good to do that. So you stay less attached with your hair also. Yeah, the other book list is maybe a long one. Call the draw. You mean call the arbiter? Oh, this is just 56th move. Normally, when they've reached this queen engagements many times 70th and 80th move, but this is going to be slow, and Andy might try to bring him under 1 minute. He will come under 2 minutes. Use all the time, guys. The next half an hour. They'll keep playing. Scholastic, I will tell you. Right now, I believe you've gone for studying, which is good. Next time, I will tell you the other books. Sagar is in Warsaw. It's gonna be a draw, according to me. Hmm. Where are all of you are watching? Which city do you live? Anyone from Berlin, Bristol, Pune, Toronto, Basel, Istanbul, Lahore, Pune, Dublin, nice, Udaipur, Shillong, Bombay, oh, NYC, Hyderabad, Delhi, Mumbai, Ranchi, Raigar, wow, Guwahati, Sayan. Do you know Angam Nongsha? Chandigarh, Pune. No, Chandigarh, no, not there. Vantika lives in Chandigarh. No, she had mentioned Boden, Manipal, Chennai, Chandigarh, another person, Tehran. So Queen F6. Can there be a mistake in any way here? A move like King G8? Nope, no mistake. That's the only king move can be possible. Queen E4, no mistake. Okay, everything is safe. Oh, close to Hamburg. Uh-huh. Baghdad, Liari, Weisenhaus. That's nice. Kaiser. Oh, it's so difficult to pronounce. Germany. मोतीहारी ये किधर आया? विरुद्धनगर ये भी पहली बार सुना. Alapuzza in Kerala. How far is it from Trichy? And we've gone to that Bahubali waterfall. What is it called? Athirapalli, yeah. We've also gone to Marotichal. Corner, array. Ramaldi, Raipur. Oh, Samarth. Raipur is very special place. Bihar. You pronounce it as Kaiserslautern. Got it. Kaiserslautern. From Visakhapatnam but settled in Chennai. Oh, I loved Visakhapatnam. I'd seen the mountain. There was this Murti Shivka, big one in the harbor. Beautiful place. What is your name? Shakespeare says, "What's in a name?" So not important. But we do have Andy Woodward versus Erdogmus Yaz Khan happening. He's getting ready for a new score sheet. He knows that if one draw will decide whether he can be a leader or not. And it's a big thing for him to not, make this one moment where you're so tired and then you somehow slip away. Yeah, it's all in point systems can be different, interesting. Everything will go through some sort of changes, after people get bored with one thing, but also always pros and cons, so it has to be a bit fair. No, I don't see. गैस लीक वीडियो क्या है? No, I didn't. Tell me in which universe can white win? Huh? In the universe when the queen leaves the pawn alone. So it's simple. The queen has to care for this little one. It's the only thing you have to do. Okay. If I try to bring my king here while you're caring for it, queen c to king g6, check king here. And then if here also I can go wrong. If I go king h6, then there can be an option. Yeah, check दे दो. It's simple option वैसे तो ये मर रहा है. And if check, and if if you win this pawn and if I win this pawn, then the king is very close to the whole situation where checks and queens will get exchanged. The king needed to be very far from the pawn. I don't know where exactly, but somewhere very far. And this is a situation black will try to avoid to barter f5 for. The value of this pawn basically right now is, if you see the equal, like white is a one pawn up, is equal to two pawns. Like this pawn is the compensation. So you see, just one pawn but high value. Two pawns but yeah, equal to. It's like two part-time people working and this is a full-time guy. Queen e6. Didn't get your message. If can 18 years become GM in 8 years? The why you're talking about when you are 26-year old. By that time, can you become a GM? CBI gas leak. That day I blundered. Now I make sure that I'm careful. Did Magnus win? Array, you missed the craziness of today. It was one of the most epic battles we witnessed, and we had so much fun. We had almost 2,700 people watching, and it was too much fun. Highlight of the day. Also, Arjun's this thing was too good. Okay, by the way, is everything over? Round two, round three. What happened? Oh, Gukesh beat Duda with the black pieces. That's amazing because they had a very tough match. Yeah, earlier, few months ago, last year in it was Rapid and it was in Poland. So this is a good thing. And Sindarov also beat Wojtaszek. Sindarov had 2 draws. Okay, Duda also he had a draw. Wesley, oops, sorry. So Wesley was a Caruana beat. Oh, is Fabi leading or what? Because Fabi won 2 games. Yeah, he lost to Fedosig. Okay. Maxim versus Hans was a draw, and Fedosig versus Firuza. Firuza lost, man. So Fedosig actually won 2 games. Wow. He lost to Wesley and he beat Fabi and Firuza. Got it. Sindaro had 2 draws and 1 win. Okay. And what about Wesley? He had 2 wins and 1 loss. And MVL had, I think, all the draws. No, 2 losses and 1 draw. So Duda may be having a difficult. Duda, 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss. 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Okay. That was GCT, just to give you a bit of idea. Over here, King G7. Takani says, honestly speaking, I'm from South Africa in Limpopo. Thoyo Yandao. I shall be exhilarated if ever you can come up and visit us. Thank you, first of all, for inviting. That's so amazing because we did visit South Africa for freestyle. It was in December, and but it was very far from. I mean, it was this nature resort. I don't know how far it is, but also in Cape Town, and we were there for one day. How far is it from Cape Town? I think one of the wish list definitely is one long travel to South Africa, visiting the chess scenes there, and taking some chess camps would be amazing. What is the buzzer sound in between? Is there a buzzer sound in between? Oops. Oh yeah, my phone might be vibrating. Yeah, some messages. But wait, I will put it on do not disturb. Ella Magnus Carlsen says I'm from Norway. How many of you actually have seen Magnus versus Ella? They played in freestyle. It's on ChessBase India channel. That is definitely my in the top list for me as a favorite. Someone said to me, you need 10,000 hours to be a grandmaster, but I think this is so much. I think I just need to study more and more. Yeah, you cannot think in that it's not so linear, yeah. And so many people would have studied. How much is 10,000 hours divided by if you are studying 5 hours a day? How many days is it coming to? Maybe you all have calculators or brains. Right now, I can tell you the truth. Right now, my brain won't work for mathematics. It was my least favorite subject. I really want to come to India. Ah, you're not from India. Okay. Ella had a decent prep. Her middle game was also not bad. You've seen, yeah? I loved it. 2000 days. Okay, that means 6 years, no? If you count 365 days roughly 6 years. But it now depends on when do you start chess also somewhere. Exceptional case you can always be 7 years. Okay, approximately 4. But the point is, if you start very late, then it changes your grasping, your reflexes, your fundamental understanding, everything in general. Because every time you're growing, your maturity is going to be different, right? Your openness is going to be different. A lot of psychological factors come in play. So, and first of all, it's not even linear, as we say, but like, even if we consider Prague starting chess at the age of 3, he became a grandmaster when he was 12. So, and I'm sure he studied more than 5 hours for so many days. But there are people who also became grandmaster at 12 when they started at 5 and 6. So it's not so linear, but I think it's not a given. How old are you? 18. So then 18 to 26. But I believe you will still, like, you have to do it anyway. Yeah, you can, and without thinking ki I must. Because the problem is, imagine you're doing it every day for like 6 years and then 7 years, and then you are you become an IM, but then you're not becoming a grandmaster. Will it make you feel like, God, I'm not, achieving it? So you are not attached to it. That if it happens, it's good, but you are working towards that, and that's something which in India, which we call as ki fal ki chinta mat karo, karam karo. Basically, you put all your effort, but do not worry about the fruits, and that's the most difficult thing. Are Shrija, it's like full drama, movie, cinema, everything is over. Unless right now new drama can happen here, which I believe Yaz is not gonna mess up. And now you're here. Kaise ho? It's quite away from Cape Town. I suppose it's more 800. Okay, got it. But thank you being so kind to invite. Me reaching 2000 elo on my third tournament. I started officially when I was 17. So yeah, it's not that hard if you are dedicated enough. Though my head aches a lot. Yeah, I mean, 2020 200 now also is not so easy with so many things. But in general, I think every single point which you are seeing as a grandmaster to reach 2500, so that 2300 to 2500 is a challenging journey. प्रेशर है काफी पढ़ाई में. अरे प्रेशर मत लो बाबा. No, Zaire is not calling me. Just the background which I'm using for the phone is a bit different. Maybe I will change it. Wait. Is time a concern for black pieces? The probability of going wrong is there. Like, let's understand how much probability is there if I make the moves. Though he's still not going to make the moves which I make. Can I go here? Yes, the probability of going wrong is 10%. But what is the move here? White to play, guys. Ah, oh, wow. Still, I didn't get why this. Okay, white to play. Very nice, Abhishek. Wait, is it G4? No, nobody's getting it. It's not easy. I mean, I almost close to impossible, I must say. Turbo says I got scared and was absent on JE mains. But why did you get scared? Sujit says 99.97. My goodness. I just know the 99, 98. Any number in the 90s is good. 80s is also good. 50, 60, 70 is also वैसे तो good only for me. Actually, guys, the move is very difficult. King G2 तो आ नहीं रहा है भाई. ये तो pawn इधर है. But the move is King H2. But okay, chalo, move, But why is it winning? Like, I thought I'll go Queen C2. So why is it winning? Now, okay, now it is clear. Now it is clear why it is winning. Meeting, got it. Ayan. Oh, I'm IIT Delhi alumni. Glad to see Prag and Sagar at IIT, says Sudhan. I wish you could have informed on your channel. I would have planned. I missed. Oh, yeah, last moment things. Advanced cooked up. I secured 9th rank. Wow. 9K rank. Isn't still that good because so many people appear, I believe. I started at 7. Tomorrow is my Hindi test. हिंदी में तो क्या है? स्टोरी जैसे चैप्टर्स रहते हैं. इजीली आ जाएगा. This young boy knows his endgame so well. It is incredible, says Avinash. Agreed. 14 lakh people और उसमें से 9,000 रैंक भाई बढ़िया मिला. Oh, they are making moves. But guys, the move here was Queen f6, yes, missing pawns. Well done. You're threatening a mate here. And there is no way you can save the mate. But wait, stalemate new. Just oof. Because your king is not covering this, Queen g2 also doesn't work. So just the only point is such blunders are something which Yaz is not gonna make. Like even if he comes down, the problem with him is that even if he comes down to 30 seconds, that's his expertise. फिर तो not possible at all. Like if we're talking about people who really panic in time pressure, really have this whole low energy or something. But Yaz in 30 seconds is like, if it happens, I think he will. Oh man, he will be very devastated. King H2 zugzwang, yes. King H2 zugzwang, Queen F5, G4 works now because King G3. I'm 15 and 2200. Everything is good. No stress. If you want to make a career out of chess, it's slightly different. What can you make career out of chess when you are XYZ rated or something? Written test. Speaking is easy, writing is not. It's fine, real. Nobody asks in like how many marks you scored in 10th. They all ask for later marks, definitely, for jobs. But I doubt if they ask for 10th marks. I still wonder, until now, nobody has asked me how much I scored in 10th. And I was like, why have I even appeared for my exams? But I had a big thing. I had chess with me since childhood and I had clarity. that chess makes me happy. I think also, and not just clarity, because people can outgrow many things, but being in chess in some way or the other is something that can make you happy for life, is a clarity which depends. And if it changes, it changes. No, it's fine. But I think it depends on how your decision making is. Like clarity also is. There's confusion, then yeah, better to study. It's not FIDE who has organized these two tournaments. It's like the private organizers. Even when you are doing a job, at the end of it, the every job has a specific requirement. If still, let's say you may have scored, even as an example, 36% in your 10th, 12th, whatever, but you're doing some phenomenal work when you are, working somewhere, because you just are able to learn things, grasp things, you're able to be enjoying things, and that is what is more important. Than you may have scored 90%, but you're doing really bad work at the job. So at that point, how you're doing, everybody has their potential. It was Ashwi Sagar one. कि दीदी कैसा होगा अगर यहाँ अपन पढ़ाई की बातें ना करें तो? ऑलरेडी सीजीपीए बेकार हो रखा है. Yeah, you might be coming here and like इधर भी पढ़ाई उधर भी पढ़ाई जाने के बाद बहुत सारा पढ़ाई. Mudit says 99.74 percentile, but I'm not so good in job. Agreed with you, Amrita. Yeah, you have to find your, where you're really good and really, you have to find where your happiness and joy lies. Just be honest no matter what, to yourself and to wherever you're working. Give your best, give your dedication. Whatever you do, no, you're doing it for yourself. It's all a myth. Oh, I'm doing for you, I'm doing for them, it's all a myth. You're doing for yourself. You like something, something is giving you joy, and it helps others. That's actually the best, no, the ikigai kind of a thing. Why to lie to oneself that everything is for somebody else? Let's not do it. I love chess, so I'm here. Yeah, that is the first thing. And then whatever I'm doing, it's suppose helping, great. The best thing. That's how you try to find blends. You know what blends with things. I want to do business. Karo, definitely. There's so much to learn in that. Not easy, but a lot of things to learn. But family is a little scared that I have good job. Oh, wait. I should not leave earning good. Are you happy? If you live your life with fear every day, then you are basically having that extra money against the fear in your heart. But can you, that is at a practical level. You also have to see if the money is required for your basic things. For need, it's, that's the say, there is enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed. True comment super chats. Hi, I'm 26 and just learned how the pieces move about a month ago. I'm really enjoying chess now. Do you think it's possible for me to become a good player starting this late? Glad that you asked good player, because good player is 100% possible to become. If you replace it with grandmaster or international master, I would say I don't know. It depends, and it's possible, but Like it's hard, but yes, it's possible. Good player 100%. Yeah, it's just a matter of very consistent little like some phases of consistency, playing, enjoying, trying out different things. If you like to study, you will know. If you are new, no, it's also possible many times after a few months it withers away, you know, it fades away, and you can see if it is happening or not. And even if it fades away, then for some time you can take a break and then come back. In general, it keeps building. They say like how, like once you are at a certain level, you generally don't lose that understanding. The level of understanding is not gone. Maybe your reflexes will be gone with age and so on, but your understanding level always stays right up there. Uh, it comes back. So even if it's about being in touch with chess or not, so absolutely you can be a good player. Never too late. Yeah, Wendy also says with study and dedication, anything. And the main thing, whenever you are studying and dedicated to something, I mean, whenever you're dedicated and enjoying something, you are able to grasp that thing faster because you like it. Albin says you give us Liebens philosophy. What is Liebens philosophy, Albin? It's a new word for me. Mudit is like, no, not so happy, but it's like I'm getting into comfort zone. Long term, I'm not happy. So you will reach a threshold, you know, like where your comfort zone is starts becoming discomfort because you, no matter what, you won't be able to be in the same state. There are two, three things. One is whatever you're doing. It's a very important. Yesterday only I put one story on Instagram. You can check it. Either you remove yourself from the situation, you accept the situation, or you leave it. It's by Eckhart Tolle. And if you don't remove, let's say many people have a problem, but they don't remove themselves from the situation where you're also may not be giving your best sometimes, which impacts other people also. But then if you are unable to remove, yes, you need to earn. Then accept the situation, then give your best. At the end of it, in whichever situation, you try to give your best. And then if it reaches whatever threshold, at a point where you feel you have decent money or at least things are being taken care of, mm, that is something which you would know because basic needs are, you know, done or not. If that's something you would know the best, but these are the things to reflect. No name says I learned chess 1 month ago. Can I beat Magnus? No, but in your dreams, yes. या डॉक्टर इंजीनियर के अलावा भी लाइफ है. That's true. If you like to become doctor also, anything that you like, yeah, if it could be engineer, it's fine. Mudit, thank you. I at least one thing I've learned, like no matter what, materials cannot give you happiness. Maybe it can give you initially or something like that. But over a period of time, what is the most important thing for any human being, whether they even tell themselves the truth or not? Are you feeling the peace from within? Do you feel that calmness? Do you feel constant triggers? Like, imagine being into something without being really feeling the joy every day. Like, work is a one third part of your life. Yeah, sleep is, suppose, one part of your life. Pers- your Okay, we don't usually say personal life and professional life because the way Sagar and I look at it is it all mixes, right? As a chess player, also your personality is on the chessboard. So, what is playing chess? It's reflecting you. When you're working in a job, it's reflecting you. So, so at the end of it, if it is all your reflection, and can you try to become better and better at self reflecting through whatever you're doing? Uh, If you're not giving your best somewhere, or you're not, able to improve certain things, then in yourself, it's going to also come back to you. It's not like it's going to be easy in that you can still stay the same. And yeah, money is overrated. So overrated. Otherwise, as they have always said, yeah, all rich people would be happy. Like it should be they're rich and everybody's happy. But and it's like if people are poor, they should be sad. There's so many poor people happy, so many rich people also are happy, but not everyone. No, why not everyone? So take your own decisions. First of all, you have to become an independent thinker no matter what. You have to be an independent thinker. We are constantly wanting the best for others, so sometimes also guilt comes in. But at the end of it, you have to be able to be honest with your loved ones, because they want you to be happy. It's always something which they may not know, but they want you to be happy. So how can you tell your explain to them in the best possible way? You don't always have to go and fight with them. You can make them understand, have discussions, open discussions patiently, maybe 100 times, if not one time. This is an effort. Yeah, that's all the effort you have to take, and believe in yourself to find something something which you really like. Charan says I'm in ninth. Acha, you're ninth only. Kinda listening to this creeps me and makes me happy at the same time. I want to be a doctor. Why does it creep you then? You're doing something which you like. That's it. Perfect. Unless you don't like it. What was your board, Amrita? CBSE or ICSE? No, no, no. I was very much for myself against the thought of having to put so many years in just studying is not for me. I just had a simple 10 pass, play tournaments, get experience, travel, meet people, learn, take decisions since you're 13, 14, travel alone. It's a, I mean, that learning can never match with the education system we have in India when everything is changed and still we are at the same stage, yeah, which can be learned. It's like 12 years, you keep learning something which you can actually learn in 4 or 5 years, if at all. That to have the useless things. So I am completely against education system of India. Every day going to school. I mean, you make them machines. You make it's robotic. Unless somebody says, "Oh, I love it's my passion," that's different. But it's so robotic that not for me. I'm I was very lucky and blessed with finding a passion very early age, and my parents also made me into an independent thinker. So to be able to decide what to do in my life was always my decision. I want to help the needy people. That was my aim, but I'm earning good, but not doing any much help to them. I think I have become greedy. First of all, to reflect all of this honestly is very difficult. So what you're doing is amazing. You don't have to help the needy by giving them money. There are many ways to help. Like let's say, for example, here in ChessBase only we have some interns where people we have your children's home where uh, every week they are being taught and you see slow and steady like this is just one part I'm saying, because maybe our skill is chess, so that's something which we can get into it and help with how it can help in life. You can make chess a very wholesome thing, but whatever you're good at, and in 100 million ways you can help the needy, I think so. Money is just one. Those who have, it's nice if they do it with that, and that's what help chess we have as an organization. So many people have money and they give and they really fill up the this gap where the talents get it. So they are the bridge Like we are just a bridge, right? Help chess is nothing but just a bridge. The real people who have money, they are very kind and coming forth to give it, to give it away, and to really trust, first of all, us, that it goes in good hands, and secondly, to trust that the people who get money can actually experience something which is incalculable. What is happening to ChessBase India? Oops, so sorry. I think we are not analyzing chess, though this position we may have looked at for a long time. No, I'm not sleepy. I am. My schedules are a bit messed up. I sleep like almost in the mornings. Oh wow, we've got a. Can you believe it? Help chess. Zog has contributed at such a last hour. It's thank you so much, Zog. You have been a very constant and consistent contributor since so many days, candidates, and a lot of streams. Wow, you're here. Thank you. I don't know how I'll be happy. I always have a constant fear, no matter at what stage I'm in my life. What's the fear I'm not able to decode? Some negative feeling I always carry. You know, this book might help you. A New Earth, Eckhart Tolle's book. If you read, but even if you don't read, you can try and see his video. But also, there is one favorite video of me and Sagar, which is called as "Ending of Fear." It's by J. Krishnamurti, and it's only this thought which helps you to really deeply question what your fears are. And actually, uh, I understand you, because there are certain inherent fears in us, and certain ones which we have self created, and certain ones which we have no idea about, but our actions are happening where, if we go and look at it deeply, we will know that okay, it is this fear which is the base, of the, like, how the pawn chain is. This is the base, otherwise the chain will not be there anymore, and so many things sorted out. So once, and I think I decided in 2 years ago that now my main thing is, one by one, I have to remove the fear. Yeah, I know it was a bit few years, since a few years I kept keeping targets in general. Like I have extreme fear, even to imagine, like anxiety level fear of, for needles, let's say, or um I had okay, I met my last fear. I'm not able to fight it yet, but I've reduced it. It's lizards, because it was at a stage where I would hallucinate, and I would do, like, like I would feel something's there, which it would not be. So it was another level. That's why. But I would not be able to switch off the light when, even in the house, even if Sagar is in the same room, I would be so scared. Now I can live alone. Uh, Kept asking myself, what will happen? What will happen? It's dark. What is it? I kept drilling myself, and s- there are different things. Sometimes it's exposure theory, like you expose yourself to the fear, but sometimes it also multiplies. So you have to understand what works for you. But to start, and to try and visualize it, will help you do some thought experiments, why something exists in you. What is the worst thing that can happen? Normally we have a fear because we think something can happen, and what is that worst thing? You keep and you keep asking yourself, okay, this will happen. Then you ask yourself again, okay, so if it happens, what next? I was lucky that I had a person like Sagar to brainstorm with, and he would also drill, with those questions. And I think if you realize at the end of it, we are inherently like, at people, humans are made to be happy. But for us, even if there are 19 good things, we will try to find that one bad thing. Mind very easily picks up a negative thing. Then that is the loop, yeah. Why can't you break it? Let's so not difficult to break it. We just make it difficult, but it's like two like imagine you there are two people, you are like two people, yeah. There's one villain in you, and then there is a hero in you. But you like, for example, if there are, I'll give you an example. There are so many negative comments which come, but then there are so many more positive comments. Why do I have to um, take the negative comments? But I just have to be thankful for the positive comments, right? Whatever is the true genuine things for improvement, I know I have to do them, or I will know that my close people will help me. But I think people can go in depression with just one something, and what people say, you don't give that much right to the people to do that to you. That's what is about your own mental resilience, how strong you are. Because one of the very important thing is, do you feel alive? You will feel alive if you feel very satisfied at this very moment. It's here, right now, you are happy. Just remove everything. If in this world there were no exams, if in this world you had food, clothing, shelter, and if in this world you have like nobody expects anything from you, just ask yourself that. And do you feel happy in that uh, experiment of thought process? If you feel happy that, oh, no one's expecting anything from me, I have no expectations from anyone. No, not wrong. Okay. I have no expectations from anyone. I'm just living my life, maybe walking, maybe looking at the tree, I'm feeling the joy of it. Why to give that much right to somebody to have so many expectations from you, and live your life like in a cage? Yeah, On Freedom by Krishnamurti. That's also quite a complicated, but I think you can definitely see that ending of Fear. Every line, the questions he's asked you, keep reflecting. We have everything at this moment in life. Anything, everything, yeah? Because we can think, we can interact. Already, this is big. I always tell myself that already, if I'm able to take information, already I'm able to feel something. Matlab, I'm alive. No, I don't read generally fantasy. I think I'm more into non-fiction. But fantasy, I mean, in movies, yes. Movies I can. Books I can't. I'm an average 17-year-old, says Arish. Just giving entrances and to get into the college for engineering. The one life advice that you would give and explain it through chess. So whatever you are doing, add love to it. Yeah, your perception to what you're doing. Like when you open the book to study, say to yourself that, wow, I'm gonna make worthy of this moment, and do it then. I think often if we are a long time in a situation where we are doing something where we don't want to be, right? We are here, but we don't want to be here. There is definitely something wrong. Either the way you are perceiving something is wrong, or that might not be for you. But you need to try both. You need to first try to see and see that if there is anything of your perception which you can change. It's about your perception. It's very subjective. It's based on what you would know already in life, which is called as conditioning, right? All the things, whatever you have, it's called as conditioning. In fact, they say that, oh, this is in my genes. So this I can't change. So many people say that it's my genes. But actually, at a even at a scientific level, you can, if those who are studying for doctors and so on, you can check out this book, which is Biology of Belief, Bruce Lipton. There's also his video where how epigenetics, like how the environment matters, how you can break free from even that genetic, that those kind of things which were there with you for 20 years maybe, and you've changed. Like, let's say I would be a, like, how something I cannot imagine that this is not going to be a part of me. Yeah, like many people will be super rigid, and they cannot not think, they cannot think flexibly at all, but it's possible to change. And um it's just something which you have been for years and years, and it becomes stronger and stronger. But we forget that our brain is quite very plastic, like neuroplasty, it's flexible. We limit ourselves a lot. Yeah, even the strongest in the bot in the world cannot. Chris says awareness and mindfulness will help also with, yes. Did you watch the movie Percy Jackson or the series? No, I didn't. I don't anymore watch. I mean, that era is gone. I think since I started more and more, and I'm fascinated and studying consciousness. So the violence and all of that has, again, it contributes to a negative environment in some way. It's giving you something which is not a positive emotion in you. It comes out at some point, and those are not the things which, uh, yeah, at least for my life, I would like to add. Jamaluddin says, I feel like one of the greatest evils in Indian societies, Indian, I think any society, is gossiping, backbiting, and comparing oneself to other families. Very well said. Comparison is the thief of joy. Once comparison comes, then it's all about external. Chandan says, this is why I love the midnight streams with Amrita. Oh, have you attended before? Sometimes I do get lost in talking. No, I don't know Donnie Darko. Can you edit future shots with voice? Huh? समझा नहीं. Because some music has copyright. Oh yeah, you have free music library on YouTube, which you can do it. But the problem with them is sometimes suddenly some music becomes then a copyrighted. It gets into the license thing. Wait, only move. Queen A1. Ooh. Did he find it? Guys, wait. Really only move? Like if I go Queen D1. Oh my goodness. Guys, we were not expecting this. Oh my god. Man, he finds it. Yes, Kaan. Yes, Khan. Too good, man. I'll show you why it was the only move. But again, he has to go King H7, which he will go, of course. Yes, he finds it. If Queen D1 still there was a check, And now if king h7, there was king g5. So when your queen was on a1, you were coming back with a check. So it was impossible to go king g5. And that's why that was the only move which could, give check and no other move. So he gave, queen a1. Yes, alert. Yeah? Even in the last few minutes, Andy Woodward, in fact, has gone down to 1 minute 50 seconds. 9 more moves and it's a draw. The savage kid. Array, thank you. It's coming. Yeah. Yeah, it's easy, but generally at such moments, blunders happen. Hello, Rahul. Say ho. Every once in a while, there should be a plot twist. Otherwise, it ain't a chess game. Now, just 6 7 moves. Yeah, for our 50 move rule. He's so young, man. It's unbelievable. How much ever we know it, still again and again it feels unbelievable. And Andy Woodward, I mean, this guy is going to be in such tournaments like a regular, yeah. It's a great experience. I think this Sigeman Open is going to really uh, open the doors for Zhu Jiner and Andy Woodward. Yes, of course, it happened much earlier, but these two finds of this tournament. Right now, thank you, bye. Zhu Jiner is having her plate full, in my opinion. I mean, which plate of tournaments, or like right now she's feeling happy already after Magnus's game, you mean? I feel sad, but Niels actually drew today's game, so it was a good day for him. Tournament. 8 more moves. Oh yeah, Jordan's yesterday's game was the. I think it will stay one of the highlights of the event because it kind of converted into a victory. Not like it was a great game and then he lost or it was a draw. So yes. Okay, anyway, he's not gonna go more like Queen E2 is simple though. Give a check. You have can you go no, okay, you can't go G4. Queen H2, Queen H4, Queen F4. But also if you take here, what? How is Queen G4 over? Ah, okay. King pawn in game. King G6. And you cannot push. Drawn. So it's gone King H4. Yeah, his fashion sense has impressed me more than his chess. So maybe Ali Reza can be his practice partner. How can anyone win this Amrita unless a big blunder? Agreed. And I think Yaz is not the guy who is going to blunder. What's your question? Why someone like you is exceptional in understanding human psychology perceived as little bit socially awkward? Not always, but sometimes. I don't know how people perceive, but I would be maybe because that is the truth. Not very socially comfortable person because uh, I think of myself as being slightly difficult, very direct. That's why also difficult, difficult person. Naramruta. For God's sake, end the game. I'm so tired. They're doing it. Last three, four moves, I think. It's getting over. Guys, it's amazing 1000 people are watching this at it's not like it's just getting 12 but a position where waiting if at all some twist happens. Insane. You guys love chess, man. Arjun won, no? I think he won with that. Where he played Vichy, I think, in the finals. Did he? Um, that was in Jerusalem just a few months ago. Ah, but Magnus Nodirbek, that's different. G3, guys, now another 50 moves. Be ready. So he was smart. He was like, okay, let me not allow that final moves. G3. And how many of you are leaving your studies? You know, all of you are in the same city, let's say, and watching this. Why don't you guys meet? And then everybody's studying on their own, but it just like this company, it's inspiring, no? Many times. Like imagine there is a table and there are two boards. I am with my chess book and I'm doing some chess. Somebody else is with their chess set and their chess book. It's more fun. समर वेकेशन चल रहे अच्छा फिर तो ये गेम मतलब 1000 मूव्स भी चलेगा तो शायद विल बी देयर. Why aren't they asking for a draw? Because white has an extra pawn, and if the queens get exchanged, then white will be winning. So he's trying to create situations where only one movement needs to go wrong for Yaz. And that too, if he comes in 30 seconds, 1 minute, because of panic, anything can happen. So that is the hope. Everything is dependent on hope, right? In life. Oh, Fendi, you're still here. I thought you were going to go, no? Everyone at the Iredell County Chess Club loves what you and Sagar do for the world of chess. And thank you. We would love to. We'll try to visit. आपके ना थकने का राज क्या है? आप कब से लगे हुए हो? अरे मैं अ, थकी रहूंगी मैं आई थिंक. सोचा नहीं. बहुत बार करते वक्त इतना सोचते नहीं है. Just do it. But yeah, what you exactly whatever you're doing, if you're liking it, then it's still you get tired. But you know, if you're into something which you're not liking, you get very tired. Will be one of the proof like of something. If you don't understand about yourself, you will understand what is giving you energy. Is a question to you. To you, you will know. We have all the answers with us. We just don't sometimes look at it. The question is actually if tomorrow is Arjun versus Yas. Can I check the pairing if at all? No, they may not have it here. Oh no, he's already played with Yas. Okay, it was a draw. Sorry. Yas has played with Van Foreest, Arjun, Zhu Jiner, Nils, and Andy. So apart from Magnus, he's yet to play Nodirbek. Oh, Yas versus Nodirbek tomorrow. Wow. Andy will play Magnus and Arjun. So tomorrow it's Andy versus Arjun. Do they want to play tomorrow or not? I think it's the first game it took this much time in tournament. No, yesterday Jordan versus Magnus, I think, was going on at this point, if I'm not wrong. Don't think I can study more, at least for now. Not feeling well. Yeah, just do what you feel like. No, in fact, I went to so many exams because I forget. So in my mind, it would be tomorrow is the paper of, let's say maths, but it would be science. Then it's Marathi and then it will be Hindi. So so many times I mess up. Only when I get the question paper, I'm like, what? Okay. And then you realize that, okay, how much ever I tried to fail, I passed. So it's easy. It's easy if you don't want anything elaborate, but if you want something very, very elaborate, like if people want to be in 2750, it's hard. But if people just want to play chess and have fun and enjoy, very easy. I'm at work just checking in on the games. Don't tell my boss. But don't watch. Unless it energizes you. Have to go to school, ninth grade. Okay, then you should um, sleep, no? 92nd move. पता नहीं चरण लेवी इस आगे ही रहेगा. Now 2 minutes remaining for both the players. Any hope for result? It's not impossible. But once sometimes you also understand the pattern of defense. Okay, this has not changed much. In fact, if at all, it may have helped white. So reminds me of Yaz versus Nodirbek Grand Swiss 2025, where Nodirbek tried to push against Yaz. Longest game 190 plus moves, says Abhishek. Were we streaming it live? Like till the end? Do you remember? I have somehow forgotten that. Not Hans versus Yaz, no? शोभिता सुपर चैटेड एक कोई रियल लाइफ हॉरर पैरानॉर्मल स्टोरी सुना दीजिए प्लीज. Real life. There is a woman whose name is, I think, Anita Murjani, and I mean, you can check it out later, but she got cancer and she was in coma. Then she had an experience of, she met in her, something like she had an experience of meeting her father and her sister. And then they had a conversation about, things were there in the heart which were um, not very, like, there's certain things to resolve basically. And then they had the conversation and then it ended like fine and all. And then I don't exactly remember, so I could be wrong in terms of facts, but I'll tell you the last fact, which was definitely what I remember. And then she had to come back. they asked like, do you want to go back like to life kind of? And then it miraculously the doctors are like, oh, her cancer is already gone this much percent. And it was miraculous because it wasn't possible, but it was something very factually happening. And yeah, she then it was completely gone, and she kind of got out of coma. And there are she's written a book and so on. Of course, this is something like you can if you check it out. And don't ask me for more such stories. You also Ashwi forgot the paper, huh? Okay, now we are coming to the final stage, though not final in terms of moves. 30-40 moves to ho sakta hai, but let's look at it whether it can bring in anything interesting. Shobita is like, damn, so cool. Why do you want so many paranormal stories? Life is good. क्या ये किंग यहाँ से आ सकता है? फिर तो कैन द किंग गो टू द बार्बर? राजा बार्बर के पास जा सकता है क्या? क्वीन e6, किंग f2, लेट मी ट्राई. You have no check actually. Queen suppose you allow me the king आगे. Okay, not king d4, stay alert, queen d1, of course. So then no, can't progress. Again, this queen cannot be here. It's restricting. Draw, but you can continue. ये भाई लोगों को घर नहीं जाना है क्या? Yeah, this is their school. What Amrita said was a final stage, version 1, and there could be 100 versions of this final stage. But a number of versions would never end. For how long this game is going. What are the videos which are just there on ChessBase India right now, or maybe 20 to 40 rated player holds 2700 plus GM. Miliano Botta versus Parham Maksudlu. Nodirbek misses big. Abdusattorov versus Arjun. Tepe Sigeman Chess 26. The beautiful opening ceremony of the Super Rapid and Blitz 26. What's happened to Magnus Carlsen? Jorden van Foreest versus Magnus Carlsen. Grand Chess Tour format better than World Championship format. Ali Reza. Hans Niemann becoming a part of Godlike, Reddit Notes, Nepo Match, and more. Sindaro versus Gukesh is happening in Warsaw. Super Rapid and Blitz. Who is the best classical player on the planet? Carlsen versus Abdusattorov. Guys, these are the last 8 video titles I read. If in case you guys have missed it. Okay, now King H5 should work. Wait. If now King H5 works, to khattam. Guys, we are reaching century. Century or going for. अरे क्यों पीछे जा रहे हो? ये easy है. बड़ी tricky भी रहेगा. Queen H1 check, King G6. पता नहीं. I thought somehow King H1 is easier, but then what happens is your king you can keep it over here and it's working. So why to see something new? Everything is fine here. Okay, but what I really like is Andy Woodward did, try. Like it do try also very hard. Now maybe he's going to give perpetual. Is Yaz looking at him? Is it a draw? Oh, is it going to be a draw? Okay. Yes. Look, he's smiling. Oh, maybe there was a win at a point which he's showing. Let's go and check where was the win missed. But well done, because it's always nice to see people trying. The effort of trying makes them feel good about themselves as well. Ah, so B4. Look, this was a critical mistake in time pressure. And actually, he was even almost crying, no, at this point. A B4, Queen B4, and ah, H5 was an important move. But even Queen H7, King F6. Let's look at the best Indian line. H5. If GH5, Queen H5 check. This is hanging. King F6, King F6. Oof. Okay, let me ask guys one final question to you. Maybe one or two more, whatever in this line comes. White to play. White to play. It's funny when Yaz turns towards camera often as if he's reacting to Amrita's commentary. Oh, did it? I didn't look at the camera. This game is 6+ hours. Looking 15 years younger. No, no, no. I don't want to look young. Yes, please cover it up all, Fendi. Queen trade. Lovely. Anu, Mani, Gaurang, UA, Anish, पटवर्धन. सिर्फ आपका थोड़ा नोटेशन मिस हो गया. But Queen H4 and this would be winning king pawn in game. So just have to be a bit careful. And Queen H5, King E6. Then you immediately start with G4. And actually this was the moment when you can convert and win. But he went Queen E5. And after this pawn was exchanged, he still got H5. But F4 given a what if? Now you don't have time for G4, no? Because Queen H1 and it's a draw. Because you don't have King E4, so Queen will be lost. Got it. Just a big miss here, but it was 36 move but Andy had a lot more time. He had 10 minutes, in fact. So he did get this opportunity. And then I don't think any time he got. This, we followed everything. Alright. So guys, this was great. Have a lot of fun. And all those who are having these deep reflections, it's great to look into it, great to reflect. You're doing a good job by being aware, by trying to be also aware. So these are all good questions. They take you to a good place. So trust yourself and take care.